for this panel, Latinx Adventures in Publishing, or You People Write. Welcome. I think most of the folks on the panel are known to you who have been in our audience this week, with the exception of Dagoberto Gilb, who has just arrived and is seated to my left. So please welcome Dagoberto back to the Valley. This panel was his very good idea, and I just want to say I wish he had had it earlier, right?
But let me correct that. I wanted a picture of, Oscar, Frank, me, and just because I want a picture, but it's interesting. We have all these four guys, and then the next thing, anyway, there.
And we have more, and we also have the regrets of Ananda Lima and Jean Guerrero, who wishes that they could have made this panel 8 people and not 6, but you know. Yes. Mm-hmm. And please notice that some of us are using microphones and some of us are not. Get used to that, right? Thank you for laughing, Shobha. But I want to begin the panel by asking the person who created the subtitle for it, who is seated to my right, Hector Tobar, who suggested the subtitle, You People Write? Why did you do that, Hector? What's that about?
I think that first of all, Latino, we're going to just use that today as kind of a shorthand because it's really it's just this huge thing that embraces Guatemalan and Mexican American and Brazilian American people. So Latino. So I think that, the thing that we all struggle against is this notion that we are not an intellectual people. I'll just put that out there. It's like... and so that's the stereotype that dominates American popular culture. If there has been a drama about a Latino intellectual ever in American television or film, can someone please tell me? I mean, there may be a handful, right? And also, so to me, it's that. And I just remember when I was a young reporter and I did this. I was 24 years old and working for the LA Times, and I was asked to do a feature on disappearing gas stations in the San Fernando Valley, and so I just did a story on on gas stations disappearing, why they were disappearing. I went into census numbers, and I interviewed all these gas station owners, and I talked to like realtors, and it was like this historical poem to the gas station. And and I was really proud of it. I turned my editor, it was this preppy guy. There are people here who know the LA Times, so I won't say his name. But it's a really preppy guy, and he was a rising star as an editor. And he called me over to his desk. He said, "Hector, this is really good. Did somebody help you with this?" And of course, all of us have chips on our shoulder, chunks. Some of us have stacks of them. And so that's part of, that's why I came up with that title, was because I just, I think that's kind of because all writers struggle to find their safe area in American publishing and American journalism. We all struggle in that way in American letters, but there are some unusual sort of like challenges and insults and glories to being a Latino writer in this environment. So that's why I suggested it.
Thank you, Hector. What year was that?
That was in 1988. I'll say 1988.
Oh yes, this is how the panel's going to go.
How entrenched, how common those kinds of attitudes are. So I think it was, probably the spring of 2007. So that's not so long ago. I had to go with I was still alive, my wife, who was getting her PhD at Columbia and her MFA at Hunter. And Morgan Entricken, my editor, took us over to one of his closest friends' house for dinner. And, his first name's Jay, okay? And my wife was speaking, from Mexico City. She was speaking in English, and suddenly he looks at her and he goes, "You're Mexican?" then why do you speak English?
This is in 2007.
And a famous writer.
Yeah.
You know, it's who's published all over the world. It's she never got over it. She kept calling him your friend Macaroni, and I kept saying, it's not my friend. He's Morgan's friend. But yeah, yeah. How amazing is that? Yeah.
Let me go.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody get ready for first I'll start with this is because I don't look like your typical Chicano. I don't look like Zapata or Pancho Villa. But I will say, many people all my life, and I agree with it, I look like Anthony Quinn. He's my real dad. And I can live with that. And but where I grew up, and that's why will anybody ever publish this, is because where I grew up, first of all, nobody read. Nobody I knew, adult, anybody read. My mom was a Mexican, but not traditional either, because she was nuts and not, pretty. My dad was a World War II vet, and they met at an industrial laundry, of course, where my mom's mom was the mistress of the owner of the laundry, and the Casa Chica, I think we know that as. And so my mom got a job there, and my dad was a floor super, Anglo who spoke Spanish, and from Boyle Heights, very much like my real dad. Anyway, I had no high school friends that went to college or read books. I had no college. I went to junior college and started separating from my buddies. Like a year ago, a couple did. They both tried to enroll in fire science, and they didn't make it because it was too hard. So I don't know if we're unintelligent, but we're definitely undereducated. And once I got transferred into UC Santa Barbara from JC's, and I was ambitious as shit. I wanted to be smart. And so I started reading, and let's reduce it to, I did Dostoevsky and Kesey, they were good, but also I began Chicano Lit. We're talking the early 70s, late 60s, and, just starting, and then, I went to El Paso, go to El Paso Library, and, already, the Chicano Lit was just in infancy. And so there were a few. There was Pocho. There was Macho. I don't even know when Macho came out. That was a kind of odd book, but like Macho, look at this. And there was Luis Valdez was in college. I saw his actos. Justin Love and Cesar Chavez at least 3-4 times those days. And then even then, I didn't really feel like I would be approved of because I came from from LA. I thought broccoli and stuff came from Safeway. And that's it. I didn't even think about it growing. I didn't know you grew this shit. Where you grow it? And so ultimately I'm in El Paso, and I decided, this is my experience. And so I met Ricardo Sanchez, I met all these kinds of people, and my life took off. And that's when you think, oh my God, they don't like us. Because I took 10 years from my first book to get published. I got a few good breaks because, obviously I'm such an incredible thinker.
What was that first book, Dagoberto?
Well, that first book was The Magic of Blood, but the first book was Winners on the Pass Line because for 10 years I couldn't get published, and my friend in El Paso, who is a poet, heard me read and said, can we publish you? Can we start a press? Which became Cinco Puntos Cinco Puntos Press. Anyway, I'm sorry, Bobby. He's in heaven, but yeah, well. Well, there was a period where I kind of insisted on the putos. But that was just a phase I went through. We were angry at each other. And anyway, I don't know where I was going, but now I'm good. That's enough.
Well, I think you got us to the point where we thought we would talk about, and other people can weigh in, about what it was like for everyone up here when you first started publishing those first books. How long did it take? What was the reception? What hurt and what helped to help you do that? Chris?
I mean, well, I'll say first that for me, I was very fortunate that by the time I was forming as a writer, a lot of the books of these folks were on the shelf.
Yeah. And
Right? So they were already showing the way in so many important ways. I think my experience is fairly different in that. So I was born in Brazil, in Belo Horizonte city, about 2 million people in Brazil, and I was adopted to the United States as a child to a town in Oregon of about 600 people. So I was told you're Brazilian. That was never like a secret or anything. I was told you're Brazilian, but I also came from like a fairly working class background. Like I'm like a first generation community college and then college student. So my family didn't have, like they wanted to give me as much as they could about being Brazilian, but that just wasn't very possible. So like they gave me like a globe and showed me where Brazil was. They gave me like a little Brazilian flag and I think maybe like some children's books or whatnot. But all through, there was very little access really anywhere in Oregon, but especially in my little town, to like learning Portuguese, for example. By the time I got to college, I tried. Portuguese was like a supplemental elective. If you were a Spanish major, you could take like a side Portuguese class. And then in Latin American history class, which was taught by a Colombiano, I would always ask, when are we going to get to Brazil? When are we going to get to Brazil? He'd say, oh, at the end of the semester, if we have time. And then we just like never had time. So I had to sort of form myself as a Brazilian through travel, as a Latino, through travel, through reading, through music, through food. And this is one thing that Frank was saying the other day in your talk about after college, putting yourself together. For me, the huge part of putting myself together as a Latino, as Brazilian, and as a writer was through reading, through books, through art, through music, for food. So that was, I guess, to go to the process of publication. For me, even before publication, it was just about like putting myself together as a person. And I was just fortunate that so many of the books that by the time I was becoming a writer, so many of these books were already on the shelf that I could reach to.
You mentioned that about learning about yourself through literature, and I think that's something that all of us have contributed to doing. Oscar, by publishing so many of us and getting us into a literary space of where we're sort of taken seriously. Now, when I wrote my first novel, it was my MFA thesis from UC Irvine, and I found an agent thanks to the community of writers, even though I didn't come here because I was too scared. I was kind of shy, and I didn't make it. But the agent who read it was here, and then she contacted people and said, that guy Hector Tobar is supposed to be here. Can you tell him that I want to read more of his novel? And that's how it was published. But she published my book to a little boutique house called Delphinium Books, in which I got an advance of $5,000. And that book was like so far ahead of its time. And I remember Ginger Barbers sending me the rejection letters that were coming in as they came in over the course of 2 years of rejection letters. Jonathan Galassi at FSG passed, and, Knopf passed. Everybody passed. Algonquin passed, and the letters, well, the FSG and some of them were very nice letters, but some of them were to the effect of like, we've published other Latino writers, and this is totally different, and we don't really think that this is going to sell, And what I had done was I had written this book that was extremely political and violent, that was inspired by Don DeLillo, in part, inspired by Holocaust narratives, and by the grimness and the psychology of Holocaust narratives. And it was just like, what they wanted, what the market thought Latino stories were more magical realist. So at that time, everybody was doing magical realism. It was just like, I mean, that's what you saw. You saw lots of like these magical realist touches. And I just didn't want to do that. But, my novel made it into print. It almost went out of print, but then Penguin picked it up in paperback. And Penguin I never met the editor of Penguin. She sent me a copy of it, and it was beautiful cover. It, lasted for many years. And I looked inside in the inside the copyright page. The copyright page, my name was misspelled. And I still find copies of that, and I just hold on to that because it's humility. That's my mother speaking to me, But that book was like the academics took it up. And that book was kept alive by community colleges, by universities. And just to make a long story short, I went to a few years back to the National Book Festival, and there was a young man who brought up his copy, and it was a copy of that paperback Penguin Tattooed Soldier with my name misspelled on the copyright page. And it was like it had been passed down like through 3 members of his family, from his mom to like his older brother to his older sister and then to him. And half the family was there, and they brought the Tattooed Soldier up to me and said, this book it's so important to us, and it was all, and it was like a moment of glory because it was what you said about having this book pass on these cultural lessons, this vision, this intellectual Latino, LA kid, Guatemalan immigrant child, son of Guatemalan immigrants, born in LA. I passed on that ethos to them through that book, right? And so yeah, that's my story about that.
And I just want to say something here, because as you spoke, it reminded me of when you visited my college, Hector, and at in one of my classes for many years, I taught Hector's novel, The Barbarian Nurseries. And finally, some years later, we were able to host Hector at the college. And one of the students who showed up that evening, I have a beautiful picture of you signing her book, is a student who had taken the class with me 5 years earlier, right? And who followed me on LinkedIn. And she saw that I was posting about Hector. And she brought the book that she had read in the class for him to sign, and had told me later, and had told me in the class and then later on that the reason that book was so important to her was that she had never before seen herself represented in a book in a college classroom, and that she had started giving it again, copies of it, to her family members. They become so powerful, not just for writers, but of course for readers. Who's next to weigh in here?
I could weigh in. This subject has just so many layers to it. And there's so much stuff we can unpack. Let me look at it a little, take the macro view of it, if you will. Years ago, I wrote a piece for LitHub on this very thing, on this very subject, essentially arguing that let's call it the lack of representation in terms of publishing of any sort of group. Let's say in this case, specifically, we're talking about Latinos, is a disservice. But why is it a disservice? Because, you see, one of the jobs of publishing, and I think the jobs of literary journals, is to give people today a sense of what's happening around them. So in some way, try to accurately reflect the society in which you live in. And, it's very hard to do that. In other words, it's going to be very hard to capture what was going on in U.S. literature in this particular era if you're not finding these voices. I mean, it's going to be skewed just on its face. Like how, if you're talking about nearly 20% of the population and they're more or less absent from this general conversation, then what are we doing? Now that's just, I'm thinking of that just in terms of, as an editor, right? Where I want to go out and I want to find stuff that speaks to what's happening now. It's actually sort of almost a news-driven mindset, right? I know there's life out there, so to speak. I know there's stuff going on. Let's go find it. Why? Because if I don't go find it, I'm misrepresenting our time. You're going to miss out. So there's that. The other thing, and you all could please weigh in on this. I think what's also confounding to publishers, I think, is that for a lot of for Latinos, much of what they're writing is in conversation with the rest of the Americas. I'm thinking, of all the works of all the people here are somehow based in this idea of being part of something bigger, that the history is a continuum. That, for example, I'm thinking of Greg Grandin's book that came out not too long ago, America, right? Where he's looking, history was happening in the Southwest. Things were going on. You know, we weren't just, you know, waiting on a meat hook, you know, for the European, for the Anglos to show up, and then, oh, here we are. Let's start history. Like this was all unfurling. So it's a different sort of. So it complicates things, and you know, you need to have essentially editors and publishers who can see that complexity and appreciate it.
Yeah, and Francis, yeah.
I know things have really changed since my first novel came out. My first novel came out in 1993. And like I told you guys before, you know, I'd written it down it was written in Guatemala City. It took me 7 years to write during the war. So literally, things that I was living and seeing would gravitate right into the book. And that's my favorite thing about that book. You can really feel what we felt. You know, and I was in the middle of a lot of things. My roommate was, you know, she was organized, you know, in the guerrillas. I helped guerrillas get out of the country. I smuggled money into the country for the guerrillas. I was doing crazy shit. And it was all just very, very, you know, and at the time, it was clear to me that again, I'm repeating myself, I really took my influences from the boom writers who had, I thought, were just exemplary, and they were all different. I don't want to try to homogenize them, but so many different approaches to taking historical, political violence and turning it into brilliant, innovative literature. So the idea later, which of course I ran into, of this kind of a smug American attitude towards Latino writing, always seemed so preposterous to me. Because, you know, when I was becoming a writer, Latin American writers were like dominating the world. Yes. You know, they were the real literary avant-garde that also sold everywhere. Right. And if we look at the times we're writing in now, it's the same again since Bolaño. You know, there was recently just a great article. It's like Americans need to read more Latin American literature because it's what's happening. And when you go but at the time I started to publish, you know, things have changed. I mean, I was accepted. I was called a Guatemalan American writer by a lot of people. I had to think about if I really liked being labeled anything. I don't, you know, it's as I continue, but I didn't feel. I felt, you know, I got criticisms for not doing magic realism, but I would laugh, and those were ridiculous. In that book, the book has a metafictional aspect to it that's kind of comical, where the book is kind of being co-written by Roger, who's sort of based on me, and a friend in the book. His name is Moya, who's based on a journalist who was organized into the guerrillas. And he's kind of trying to help him write the book because he wants Americans to learn about Guatemala. So what can we do so Americans will be interested? And so he comes up, he says, they like magic realism. So, you know, let's call the book Long Night of White Chickens because they'll like that. And, you know, and he's so nuts, you know, he thinks that's a good magic realist title, and he titles it that, you know. And then, like, oh, my God, and then you run into the you know, grinding machine of New York white literary sensibility. So in the New York Times, the reviewer wrote, Goldman, strange to suggest magic realism with his title. Like I was trying to have a magic realist title, wasn't good enough to know how to do it. Like missed the joke completely. You know, it's like, you know, I said, Jesus, you know, and I was that book would have died, my career would have died if, you know, we need a break. And thank God I started to win prizes. You know, it was an incredible the jury at the American Arts and Letters was incredible. It was Harold Bloom who went and told Octavio Paz about me. Octavio Paz suddenly knew about me. It was crazy, you know. It's and the book had a life, you know, and it became published all over the world and people knew about it. But as I got older and began to write more, and I'll just stop here. something in the way Latinos were, like the identity thing took over in a way that I've never stopped struggling with. It just changed, and I'll just leave it there.
If I could, oh, sorry.
Wait, we got 3 ready to go.
Bring up the Chicano story, which I think is unique because Mexican Americans are the sort of quadrant. If you take the U.S. continent as 4 quadrants, and the southeast was black, about black and white, and the southwest is Mexican Native American, but mostly Mexican. We are like 2/3 of the Latino population, and growing. You would think, according to newspapers, the press, we're like 5% or less, because we're the last. I always joke, they're gonna go ask Juno about tacos, and then they'll quote him, and that's it. And Juno's great, I love him, but geez, I don't even know what you eat. What do you eat, Juno? So I can talk about. Anyway, let me tell you a good story about my book, The Magic of Blood, which didn't get published for 10 years because it was rejected many times by New York editors. One of them, I remember, said, wow, this book reminds me of Lit of the 30s. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. But that was why he was rejecting it. and so anyway, it took forever. And finally, I'm done. I'm going to go to the library, let a university book press take it because, I'm over. It's done. I have kids going in shoes, and what am I doing? I'm a writer. I have no money. So I gave it to UNM Press, who wanted it, who were excited to have me. Wow. And, I had like 40 stories published mostly. Nobody wanted any of them as a book. And we produced it like 25 or 26. And then it was like, okay, I'm committing suicide. I'm jumping off the high rise. Whatever, it's done. And I'm floating and like, well, that's New York. That's Washington, D.C. And look, I'm in Boston. And the book won prizes. It won a prize, and like everything changed, but until it didn't, because even Chicanos, we don't even have that word. Younger people, what's Chicano? Oh God, I am frickin' old. I don't even know what to say. It's done. They don't know anything about it. We're all immigrants now, which, my mother was an immigrant, but no, we're not. We're kind of your immigrants. You guys from Tennessee and Kansas are coming to our land. But anyway, that was supposed to be a happy story, but it was about the happy story of Magic of Blood because everything, my life, I'm here because of that amazing break. It was amazing.
Yeah, we all have these stories of just chance encounters. I think every writer, we have those stories of someone who just kind of like the saint who appeared through the, stepped out of the fog of rejection and reached out and touched us on the shoulder and made us authors, Yeah. I think, but there's something that I think is in your work, Dago, that I kind of really is at the sort of crux of this issue, which is that you write about working people.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you write about working people, right? So I just read The Flowers again. We were on a panel. And it's a story, it's a beautiful book, a novel about a working class kid, growing up in somewhere like Compton area, right? And so I think that part of the problem that we all face is that U.S. literary culture is dominated by a middle class perspective, and especially an upper middle class perspective, right? And so Latino identity is a working class identity. Largely, with apologies to Gloria Estefan and assorted, really rich, kind of connected people, Carlos Slim or whatever, but Latino identity is generally a class identity, a working class identity, And one thing I've noticed from being on prize juries, which I think all of us have been on prize juries, right, at one or another, is if you take a broad survey of American culture at any moment in the last 20 years, you'll notice that that there are very few working class stories. They're usually people of color get to write working class stories, but because working class identity, generally speaking, by itself is associated with dysfunction. Read Barbara Kingsolver's, that book, which I was, well, whatever. It's a long story. It's hard to imagine because so much of that middle class perspective of middle class achievement, of the meritocracy, has imbued so much into the American sense of self that you can't imagine working class identity as this beautiful journey of survival and a culture that is worthy of being remembered and celebrated and yeah.
Well, you know that.
Let me interrupt. The mic. The flowers, I thought, I'm not going to tell them it's LA. Everybody knows what the Watts riots were. I was so naive. Do you know, and I love Grove, I love Morgan Entrican, and people are nice to me. But there were nobody that knew anything. And I didn't know they didn't know. I don't know enough or anything about publishing or marketing. And so it doesn't say it's in LA. Larry McMurtry said this is LA in the 60s. I don't want to talk about that. I even screwed that because I thought it was good to be, it should be able to be read everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Nobody knew it was about LA and the Watts riots. And my agent didn't know. And all I had to do was tell her. And I didn't tell her. I assumed she knew. I assumed everybody knew because the Watts riot was the biggest thing in LA ever in '65. Except, I wrote that when I was like 50. And it's like Chicanos now. It's like, who? The Watts riots? Anyway, that's it.
No, I was just going to say, I wanted to amplify what Hector was saying, about working class literature, but what I find so interesting about that is that there's so many examples in publishing's recent past of successful writers who, tilled the working class. I mean, off the top of my head, I'm thinking Philip Roth, I'm thinking Saul Bellow. Yeah, but even for I.B. Singer, like all the stuff that they ever did, that's all firmly rooted in the blue collar, and people transcending, leaving the blue collar, trying to go up into the white collar, so it's plenty of if you will case studies showing that there is an audience for that.
But those are all sort of mid 20th and mid
yes
20th century,
but still
which is kind of telling, by the way.
Yes, but the circumstances around it still really haven't changed because almost. With all those examples I just gave, those are almost all immigrant stories.
Well, and also I have to say, just really quickly, that for me, as someone who teaches and goes to many universities around the country, to me, working class narratives now are very often stories of cultural mixing. So almost everybody has a Latino relative. You go to the Midwest, you go to the South, you have all these stories because working class communities are generally speaking more integrated than we realize. They're really integrated in terms of poor people of different colors living next to each other. And that's also not part of our understanding.
Working class stories need to be too about just how completely exploited and screwed the working class is. That's the real story. The real story is that American literature, so much of it is obsessed with identity instead of class, where we blend together. And I mean, my father was essentially working class. He worked in a fake false tooth factory. He was always on the floor. And I've said it so many times to my editor, where is the working class literature? Where are the but they're hard stories. They're stories about survival, of course, right? But they're so essential and they're missing. I don't know why they're missing. If I had to guess why they're missing, It's because the MFA programs, which most American writers come out of, stress a different kind of writing. I think it's because the commercial publishers especially are obsessed with turning identity into a commercial product that has certain kinds of things that are supposed to appeal, and they really look for that and pressure writers to do that. Yeah. I really, and I think, I've what I've done, Ordinary Seaman is essentially a working class novel. It's and I wish I'd written more. I might have if I hadn't gotten sidetracked into needing to write about myself. But I think that American literature desperately needs this because that's the truth. I mean, if one of the things the writers have to do, even if they're writing historical novels or fantasies, is to tell us about the time we're living in. And the time we're living in is a time where we're all getting so screwed, especially all the different versions of the working class. So how can we have a literature where that's absent? And it is absent. I totally agree with you.
To your point, I mean, you could see the commercial obstacles around that, because ultimately what we're talking about, what we're suggesting, that if it's literature that's challenging, if it's literature that's troubling, then, how do I sell that? Which frankly, that figure it out is what I would say, because I think the way you sell something like that is that it speaks to people, right? We shouldn't be in the business of providing people with niceties, tell them everything's okay, that don't look out the window, it's fine, everything, what you want to be, and I think this is what resonates with audiences, where you can find a readership, is something that, to what you just all said, speaks to the time, and people want to see someone else validating that and saying it's not just me, right? This is you've given me the vocabulary to understand what's happening, or why I feel the way I feel, or why I think the way I think.
Chris, I saw you about to jump in a while back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just enjoying hearing all of this, and just to pull together some of these threads around what Hector was talking about earlier about shyness, coming to community writers for the first time, Frank mentioning Long Night of White Chickens. So I, as an MFA student, I'd spent my entire literary life and my personal life and literary life sort of passing, because I didn't know how else to be. I only knew how to be Chris Arnold. I did not know who Chris Feliciano Arnold was. I was discovering that. And in my MFA program, I was in not a very diverse MFA program in the Midwest, and I had a whole shadow body of work that I would never take to workshop. It was only on my hard drive until one time, and this was about 20 years ago, and I don't mean to put Frank on the spot, but I'll put him on the spot a little bit. 20 years ago, I got a scholarship at the Key West Literary Conference. And it was an opportunity for me to bring some work to a workshop of people I would never have to see again. And so I brought one of those stories that was set in Brazil, from that body of work set in Brazil, to that workshop. And in that workshop was a young writer whose first book wasn't out yet, Patricia Engel. And we went out to drinks that night with Frank. This was 20 years ago. And it was the first time I felt at a table with people who sort of shared so much with me that I'd never had a chance to encounter people like that in real life, only on the page. And after that dinner, after those drinks, Patricia, we walked to the bookstore, and she pressed into my hand Long Night of White Chickens. She was like, "You have to read this. You have to read this." So going back to The Tattooed Soldier and what one book can do, I wouldn't be here. My writing wouldn't be what it is without that chance encounter, without Long Night of White Chickens. And it came from a moment of realizing that I'd always been illegible to myself, and to sit at a table where I was legible to someone else meant so much to me. And that happened on the page, but it has to happen in real life too. It has to happen in gatherings like this. And so I guess I would say, for anybody out here or anywhere else who's maybe has been shy or who took a leap or a risk to come to something like this, like, find your people, talk to those people, and help them show you the books, right? And I guess that taught me that I'd always just been kind of like mixed, sad, confused, And I was like, oh, that's actually like the Brazilian in me. that's like the most Brazilian part of me, is just being like mixed, sad, and confused. And I could, to Frank's comment the other day, you can be 100% this and 100% that. Anyhow, so that's, I guess, to pull some of these threads together.
Oh, that's a beautiful transition to looking at the audience and seeing if there are any questions for these folks up here. And I see immediately a hand. I think we have maybe about 10 minutes. Yes. Okay. Okay, the question for our online audience is, why write?
You know, I think I discovered when I was in my 40s and I had published, I think it was my fourth book, my father finally revealed this long-held family secret, which was that his mother was illiterate. So I realized at that moment, and I've spoken about this and written about this, that he had always treasured writing as this act, and reading as an act of expressing one's humanity. And so for me, I think that's why I write and why I still write. When I was younger, it was a way of a certain power that I felt, that I had access to. The California public school system of the 1970s imbued me with this sense of like that I could express myself. And I found a certain power in it. And in doing that, I was carrying forward this desire of my mother and father to be seen as full human beings, right? To be valued, not to be seen as members of a caste. Now that's evolved into something much more expansive. I write now because I'm in dialogue with all of the people here, and with Lisa, and I feel my books in conversation with them, and not only that, with people who I've never met, who I could never meet. I really feel like I know something about Franz Kafka, not because I read a biography of him or because I've read his books, but because I feel a kind of communion of the writer. Here is a man who in his lifetime did not realize that he was going to be recognized as one of the greatest writers of the 20th century, if not the greatest, who just labored and suffered and gave voice to the madness inside of him and the madness of the world he was living, which was Prague, 20th century. So to me, I write I'm sorry, this is already a long answer, but just in communion with all of this life of the past, what might come in the future. I think I was listening to this Joyce biography, and Joyce believed that that his writing, which was being like censored, he told one publisher, "You have to publish this. The fate of Irish civilization depends on you publishing Dubliners." And I feel that way about our books, I feel this way about Don Francisco and Chris and Oscar and Dagoberto. I feel like the future really depends on us keeping writing, the future of this country and providing those examples. So that's why I write.
If I could add here too, I just want to be simple. Because I love to write, right? I love to get up in the morning and go to work. I love sentences. I love the miracle of the novel. I've read novels that I love so much, and I was like, to this day, I'm always learning. It's always trying to answer the question, how do you do that? I love I also believe everything else in my life, whatever the psychological reason behind my wanting and my needing to do this, whatever my political opinions are, whatever my own personal history is, it's all going to get channeled in there. I just need to think about my sentences and love that. It's almost like physical labor. I think we all know that feeling of being exhausted at the end of a day of writing, because it is, you use your whole body. I love the art. I don't want to do anything else.
Yeah, just really quickly, it's your vocation.
Yeah.
Like, you're just not fit for anything else.
Yeah, that's true too.
If you didn't do it, you'd lose your mind.
I'll tell you, it's exactly right. It's Richard Ford was my teacher at University of Michigan. Wow. And he says, and we had some very talented people in that class. Some who even went on. He always tells, and other people have told me he says it. He always knew I was going to be the one person in that class who was going to become a writer, because I was the only one who he couldn't imagine doing, couldn't do anything else.
Well, my story. Well, Hector brought up this LA schools in the 70s. Well, my experience was SWATs. I remember in my junior high, the first, LA schools, and LA is one of the most racist places. It used to be. I don't even know. I'm not there anymore. But it was just, everything was about, it's racist. Let's put it that way. And they hired a black man, this guy who became the vice principal of this junior high. He gave me a SWAT in the morning and a SWAT in the evening. He became very famous. He's like very famous now. His last name is Johnson. But because I was that kid. And so what happened to me, I think lightning hit me. I don't remember it. Because what happened to me? I'm screwy. Oh, like read a book. and I don't know why that happened to me, because I think about other times when I was a union carpenter I was a carpenter for 16 years and more, really. And a couple of times you want to be a foreman, you could be a superintendent. And I think about it and think, God, I wonder how much money they make. It seemed like millions. That's how working class I was. I had no idea what millions were. I thought a super was just, what a cool job, even though it's like 80 hours a week and you get fired too. But I think, why did I write The Magic of Blood? The accumulated stories in that, maybe I made $200. Wow. I don't even know if that is true. Wow. And then the paperback, I made some money, and I thought it was big money until I learned about other people. And I realized, I'm the guy in Grove that kind of has a key, that hook of a keychain with all the. I thought, I'm that guy. Okay, that's why they like med school. I can deal with that. But no, it is you get incredible satisfaction. Yeah. The chunk on my shoulder, I finished something, and I'm more the story, which is like a poem. Damn it, I did it, man. It's there. God has it. It is in the record. They'll catch up and say what assholes they were.
I sort of want to end there, except there's one more hand here. Yes. Okay, the question is how do the writers struggle with getting to the truth and the pressures of writing about that truth?
I have a quirky comment, and then let the smart people have it.
Well, just from an editor's perspective.
Okay.
Sameness is never a strength. Yeah. Right. That's not what we're looking for. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for something we haven't seen. Right? We shouldn't be making, cheeseburgers. That's not what we're doing, right? And teaching you how to make a cheeseburger. What we're looking for is something we've not tasted before, something that looks incredible, but maybe something even that's sort of a little bit confounding. And that only happens if you're true to your vision. Otherwise, nothing good happens for the culture. You see, we don't move the needle. And I can understand the thinking behind that, because I'm sure there are some editors who are risk averse, and they're looking for something that they think can guarantee could find an audience, and that's understandable. I get that, but if you want to do something, let's call it significant, something that you're going to feel proud of as an artist, you have to pursue that vision, and if they don't like it, that's fine. They don't have to like it. You just have, as long as it's what you're trying to accomplish, that's all that matters.
I just want to second that. That was really well put. And but don't delude yourself about commercial publishing. I mean, I can't tell you how many young people I see who get, this book is wonderful, it's so well written, but they start, can't you make it a little bit more like this book that already succeeded? It's terrible. So if sticking to your own vision comes with a cost, but when you eventually break through, those are the books that have great success.
That's right.
It's like the whole commercial publishing industry conspires against its own possibility of success.
Yeah.
And I think you heard people up here also speaking to sort of the so-called danger of the single story, or the expectation that Latinos write about magical realism or only these stories, and the oppressive nature of that, right?
Yeah, I had this when I was at San Diego State for my first 2 years of school. I had this Chicano literature class, this professor. And at one point, he just said, kind of like off the cuff, right before class, he goes, when we've really arrived, right? Because when you can have a book by Chicano author that's just about someone hanging out the mall.
Okay, I think I'm going to take that line and say and thank the people on the panel, and for Dagoberto for getting us all here, and for all of you for showing up. Right, and in a few minutes, the wonderful Margaret Sexton, who's already arrived, will be giving a craft talk. So hang out. Thank you. Hello. Hi. I'm glad some of you are looking at your watches. Yes, it's time for us to begin. Welcome back to the Big Tent. As you can see, the storm has blown over and the sun has returned, and we will be spending all day and all evening outside. So please dress accordingly. And now I'm looking at my event schedule here and trying to figure out what I should remind you of. But I think you have that in your folders. I also want to say, for those of you who have been waiting for your staff members to arrive for their individual conferences, everyone is now here. Yes. But they are also still unpacking and settling in. So please be patient, and we will get them to you. And now I am looking at Michael Carlisle, and I think this is when I say, well, please welcome Michael Carlisle. You've met this guy before. You're going to see him again, and you're going to see him, I think, at the Follies. Are you not?
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. Please encourage him to come to the Follies. And speaking of things, please encourage yourself to join in the Follies. We desperately need acts. Please don't restrain yourself. And now, Michael Carlisle.
Hey, it's wonderful to be able to introduce a friend whom I've known for 7-10 years, who has evolved as a writer and a friend. And we're very close, and Andrew Tonkovich was supposed to do this, and he insisted that the facts are the same. Margaret Wilkerson Saxton studied creative writing at Dartmouth and law at Berkeley. She's been a distinguished visiting writer at the MFA program at St. Mary's College, where we have other people here who are associated with that school. Her debut novel that emerged a little bit out of here is called A Kind of Freedom. It was really powerful, and it was noted by the National Book Award judges who put it on the long list. They lost their mind and didn't give the award to it, but it did get on the long list, which for a first novel is pretty amazing. Second one, The Revisioners, won the 2020 Janet Heidegger Kafka Prize and an NAACP Image Award for Outstanding Literary Work, and was a national bestseller. That's when the agent worked better and the publisher did better, and Margaret grew, and she grew her audience, and you're part of it, and you're going to grow with her as she continues. Her most recent novel is called On the Rooftop, and moving into the media world, it was recognized by Reese Witherspoon as a book club pick. She lives in Oakland with her family. She has 3 kids. She manages teaching, mothering, parenting, co-parenting, all while writing. And she's an extraordinary writer. And it's my pleasure to introduce my friend, Margaret Wilkerson Saxton.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting that. I actually was just going to get in here and start talking. So I'm glad that someone alerted me that there would be an intro. And I mean, for it to have been done by Michael, I was just talking about him in my workshop today, because inevitably when people ask me about my writing career, he comes up. I couldn't have had a writing career without Michael. I mean that sincerely. He has been my counselor, my guide, my friend, in the literary world and otherwise. And honestly, I've never told you this, Michael, but my dad passed in 2018. And your advice, my dad was a very logical man, and he didn't do a lot with emotion, although he was very loving. He liked to stick to the facts. And Michael is that way. You know when he's ready to get off of the phone, he'll say, "Okay, onward. It's time to go." And you remind me so much of my dad. I feel like I just feel like my dad has sent me someone to watch over me in this capacity, in this area of my life especially, and I'm so appreciative, and I truly, I feel I owe you so much. And I met Michael here. But Anyway, thank you so much for being here. It's truly an honor. I'm going to talk about how to energize a story without depending solely on plot. Not that plot is a bad thing, because plot is my friend sometimes, but it's good to have other tools in your belt, and I'll talk about those. And I'll talk first a little bit about how it came to be that I even became interested in this topic. I taught a class on this called The Motor of the Story at St. Mary's in their MFA program maybe 3 years ago, and the students really liked it. But I told them when I was teaching it, this is actually for me. I really hope you get so much out of it, but I knew that I would be the star pupil because I needed to learn it. I had realized, it had occurred to me, that my first 3 books, while they were historical fiction, they were literary fiction, certainly, I think I deployed tools that I was most comfortable with at that time. And the techniques I used to grip the reader, were outwardly focused, more externally based. It depended on what happened, not necessarily how. And I'll just give you some examples. A Kind of Freedom, that was 3 generations of a New Orleans family spanning World War II to post-Katrina. And in the first section, in the 40s, we have a woman, Evelyn, who's negotiating a relationship with a man she ends up marrying, despite the fact that her parents don't approve of him because of class discrepancy. So there's tension there, naturally. We have, in the second section, which takes place in the 80s, we have Evelyn's daughter who's in a relationship with a man who's addicted to substance. So again, really natural tension there. The third section is the grandson of Evelyn in post-Katrina New Orleans, and he's in and out of jail. That was a very high-paced, fast-paced, naturally generating energy kind of a section. Is he going to sell drugs again? It was just, it depended on plot. Although there were very high-level themes at play. My second book, The Revisioners, also 3 sections. The first 2 involved one woman, decades apart. In the first section, in 1855, she's enslaved and she's trying to escape. So you can't get any more high stakes than that. The second section is 1924. She's involved in a land conflict with her white neighbor that soon turns deadly because it's 1924, because of what we know about history. And in the third section, we have the descendant of that woman. Many decades later, she's biracial. She's living with her white grandmother, and her white grandmother is suffering with dementia, and she increasingly becomes more and more erratic and unhinged and even racist. And the descendant has to figure out how to get out of this situation before her fate starts to echo that of her ancestors. So, these are really high tension, very energized plot points within literary fiction. For my third book, On the Rooftop, it was supposed to be based on Fiddler on the Roof. And Michael told me, don't oversell the Fiddler on the Roof comparison, but I was just certain that it was such a direct correlation, like everybody would see it, even on the first page, that it was a derivative of Fiddler on the Roof, and frankly, not many people really recognize that. But anyway, so that book is about a woman in the 50s in San Francisco. She has these daughters. To protect herself from her own racial oppression, she decides to, expend all of her energy on their stardom. She wants them to be in a singing group, and she wants them to go all the way. And so again, and then the daughters don't agree. They have differing dreams. In that way, it's like Fiddler. And in that way, there's just natural tension on the page. So I'm working on something now that's a little different. This book I've been working on for 4 years. It's from the POV of one person, which I've never done that before. So she's carrying the entire, it's probably a 400-page book. She's carrying the entire 400 pages. I am skipping around generationally like I like to do, but it's all through her eyes. And what I noticed pretty quickly is, when it's expansive like that, when the life is expansive, and when you're telling that one expansive story, you have to be comfortable engaging a reader even in really quiet moments, because most of our life is not shootouts and we just got out of jail and we're on the run. Most of it is 80% of our life we spend in stillness with ourselves, and yet how do you occupy a reader's attention when nothing much is happening? So I came up with this class that I wanted to teach to really explore that for myself, and we read books like some of the books I'll talk about today. Some books I'll talk about today we're not involved in the course. But we read books like Intimacies by Katie Kitamura. We read The Furrows by Namwali Serpal. We read The Hero of This Book by Elizabeth McCracken, which I will talk about today. And then my students were like, enough. we need a plot. And so I actually snuck in, I snuck in a book in the middle of the syllabus. Have you heard of Yellowface by R.F. Kuang? Okay, so that really, that tided them over for a little bit. And then we were able to get back into, the furrows. But, and again, I'll say, this is not a dig on plot. There is nothing wrong with plot. Most of these books I'm talking about are using plot. It's just not what they're leading with. And it's just not what, in my opinion, is capturing my attention off the bat. So, the first book I'll talk about is The Correspondent. How many of you have read The Correspondent? Okay, yeah. That's what the market data tells us, that many of you have read it. And so this, some of you know, this is a book entirely written in epistolary form. It covers the main character's named Sybil. She's in her 70s, and she's an attorney, retired attorney. She's a mother, she's a grandmother, but mostly she considers herself to be a correspondent. She's been writing letters her whole life. She writes letters to her friends, she writes letters to her family, she writes letters to her neighbors, her love interests. She writes letters to fellow garden club members. She just writes letters. There's even a letter she's writing to somebody. She's in correspondence with someone who's threatening her. We don't know who it is. And she's also consistently writing this letter. It's like a consistent letter that never ends to a person whose identity isn't revealed until the end. So it's a fascinating book, and I think it won't surprise you to hear that my theory is that this book is motorized by its dependence on form. The fact that truly the entire book is composed of letters. You don't see it that often. I think anytime you can play around with form in a novel way and it actually fits the story you're trying to tell. Now that's the part that's tricky, because it has to still be the best vessel for the story, truly the best vessel. Like, this story couldn't come through in a different package. It has to be this one to be at its highest level. Then it's just a boost, because it's so refreshing for the reader to see something they've never seen before. So I think the first thing I'll say is just the novelty of the form is attractive to the reader. The other part about the form in this case is its invitation to its promise of transparency. Like, how often do we get to read letters written to other people and we're not the recipients? It's really, there's something really satisfying about it, like delicious about it. Like, I almost feel like I'm spying on her. She's writing these letters to other people, and in my real life, I only get the letters and get to read the letters that I'm the recipient of. And not only that, there are these tiers, right? Like, you have a different relationship with every single person in your orbit. So we're presented, the author presents us with letters that are a little bit more detached, that are a little bit more externally focused, formal. And then there are letters that are truly like she's pouring her heart out to people. Not necessarily, as you would imagine, probably not necessarily to people that she has a really close relationship with. Some of the deepest letters we get are written to strangers. So I'm gonna read some of these letters. And just so you get a feel for the variety, because the other piece about the letter writing format is that you're naturally exposed to the full spectrum of the character in a very natural way, right? She's just writing letters and we get to see them. So that's character development. I mean, we get to see how she writes to everyone in her life, and in every way, in every letter, it's a different iteration of her. And it's not just a different iteration of her, it's a different iteration of the reader. So when she's feeling more hopeful in a letter, I get to feel more optimistic as a reader. When she's heartbroken, I get to cry. When she's making jokes, which is nearly constant with this book, I get to laugh. When she's afraid, I get to feel that moment of suspense. And that's what you really want to do with your readers. You want to attack them at all sides. So they're always stimulated by something different. That's what keeps them in the game. Because if it's all one chord of emotion, they'll get bored. Even if it's a good one, you have to vary it. So that's what this format naturally invites. And I think it's really effectively done here. Okay, so I'm going to just read. I'm not going to read all the letters. I'm just going to read a few of the letters. This one is to the garden club member. And the reason she's writing it is because she's heard from another garden club member that she's about to be overthrown for her inappropriate behavior at the previous meeting. Okay, Sybil is very assertive and very opinionated. You never have to wonder what she's thinking. Okay, subject, regarding your email of 9:40 p.m. last night. This is pure egotistical insanity, and I'll not lie down for it. It's a garden club, for the love of the universe, a gathering of individuals for the purpose of discussing gardening. And Debbie Banks is not going to dictate the presentation material as a means to boost her own already too puffed up ego. Why should her son present to us on matters of real estate? It has nothing to do with gardening whatsoever. And furthermore, I cannot think of a single one among us who gives a rat's ass about the real estate market. None of us is moving. Debbie wants to parade her son out like a dog at the American Kennel Club because she thinks he's God's greatest gift to the world. Do you remember how intolerable she was when he got into business school at Harvard? Save me. And I'll tell you a point of fact. That child has one thought in his little money-grubbing bird brain, and that is old rich women and waterfront real estate. Do you know what? I bet Debbie is in on it. She's no idiot, you know. She had a prenup before anyone knew what prenups were. She wants him to charm a bunch of old has-beens like us with his good looks and make him a bit of money, and she's not doing it at my club. No, thank you. He was flirting with Maud O'Reilly. This is in all caps. Maud is 80, and she's been smoking 2 packs a day since 1970, but she owns 3 acres just on the expensive side of the Naval Academy Bridge with a view of the steeple. I'm sure I don't need to spell it out for you, Alice. Shameless. I'm refusing for the sake of the members. Certainly you can see that. Furthermore, how embarrassingly paltry of Debbie to discuss overthrowing the secretary of a garden club. Why, if it isn't Napoleon Bonaparte herself. Warm regards, Sybil. I love the warm regards. Okay, so I'm not going to read all the entirety of all these letters, but I just want to I want to give you a feel for the gamut, the full spectrum of this woman's personality that we really get a glimpse of through these letters. Okay, so she has a former coworker, and she's in touch with his son, who's struggling socially and emotionally. And you know, Sybil doesn't need to be writing this young man. This is just something she's doing out of the goodness of her heart, which is a nice counterpart to the story, to the letter I just read, where she can be a bit assertive, opinionated, mean-spirited, whatever. Okay, so dearest Harry, your handwriting is improving. Well done. It makes very much of a difference in your letters. Not only are they more easily readable, but they seem more dignified. You are still often switching your I's and your E's, so you need to be careful there. It is beyond my comprehension the lengths to which children will go in the name of cruelty, and I know you know this, but I want to repeat that when someone treats you poorly, it is a reflection of him or herself and the misery within the heart of them. It doesn't help a bit to hear that when you're young, but later it will. My brother suffered at the hands of sadistic classmates for years. As a matter of fact, I wrote a letter to a child named Nathan Briggs pretending to be the vice president of the United States and threatened to put him in prison if he didn't leave Felix alone. He bought it. Never bothered Felix again. We still laugh about that. And you know, regarding Felix, he endured torment as you do, but he is the smartest, kindest man, and he is happy. And his life has turned out to be magnificent. So you'll push through. It's all you can do. I read an article in the Wall Street Journal about a musical artist who lives by a saying which is, F the haters. That is a filthy word. However, the sentiment in such forceful simplicity is rather catching. Okay, and now I'm going to just do a little bit of a letter she's writing. What I love about Sybil is that she writes letters to people like Joan Didion, and they write back. And and she's bold enough to think they'll write back, and they actually do. And these are the letters where it's you know, it's ironic, but these are the letters where you really see what she's being tormented with. She can really let her guard down because she's never going to meet her. Okay. And this is just a section of it. Again, just to show you a slice of this woman's personality as revealed through these letters. But I think of life rather like a long road we walk in one direction. By and large, a lonesome walk out in the wildness of hills and wind, mountains, snow. And sometimes there is someone to come along and walk with you for a stretch. And sometimes, this is what I'm getting to, sometimes you see in the distance some lights and it heartens you, the lone house or maybe a village. And you come into the warmth of that stopover and go inside. Maybe you have a warm supper and stay a night, or maybe you stay there a few years. I had one of those stopovers when the children were young, just before Gilbert died, and Dan and I were happy, even though I didn't know it was happiness at the time because it felt like busyness and exhaustion and financial stress and self-doubt. But Gilbert's death was a swift ejection back out to the loneliest, bitter stretch of road, and that is the bone-crunching grief. I'm not saying I've not come in from the wind a few more times in my life. I have. And of course, I have my other children, and they have been a joy and comfort. I'd like to say they were enough, but it wasn't enough. And that is another avenue of grief. But anyway, my point is I tire of people speaking of seasons as if you can count on 3 months of winter turning out 3 months of summer on repeat. It's not so. The stretches on the high, wind-blown road are far commoner than the stopovers in comfort, and aren't we always trying to get back to the happier times? I think this is what it feels like with Gil. I've spent my life trying to get back to having him, even though I know I cannot. And I'll read one more. I'll end on a light note. Don't worry about that. I'm going to read one more. There are two men interested in her, actually. I'm going to say more about that later. But this is her response to one. Dear Mr. Watts, thank you for your invitation to dinner, but no is my answer, and you'll have no choice but to take it. So there we go. So this is a test I like to use to say, like, what was motorizing this book for me? What was keeping me in it? And I'll tell you, like I said, there was plot in this book. I've told you about one example. She has two love interests. She has to decide which one she's interested in, if any. She also, I didn't say this, but she's adopted, and she gets an opportunity to find out about her ancestry. So that's another thing. And then the other piece is, oh, right, I told you, someone's threatening her. Like, ordinarily, in most books, that'd be what you'd be interested in, right? Like, figuring out who the person is who's sending her these death threats, essentially. And yet here, I actually don't care about either of these three. As a reader, I want her to, it's not that I don't care about it, but I don't care what happens with it. I don't care if she finds out, oh my goodness, I'm from Nigeria, I thought I was from Iceland. I don't care if I don't care which man she chooses, if any, and I don't care. I want her to be safe, don't get me wrong, but I don't really care about the source of the threat. It's more that I care about how she's gonna incorporate all of these aspects of her life into the meaning she's making of it near the end of it. And so that's how you know this book has been leaning on something other than plot. It's been leaning on character. It's been using form as a vessel to get us to care about the character. Okay, so I'll move on. The next book I'm gonna talk about, it's called The Hero of This Book by Elizabeth McCracken. I love Elizabeth McCracken. She came to one of my classes a couple years ago, and she's lovely. As prolific and brilliant as she is, she's just as lovely. And anyway, I'm going to say the narrator and the author because there's this tension throughout the book of which one she is. She's trying to figure out if she can comfortably write a memoir about her mother's life or if that would be offensive to her mother who hated memoirs. So I'm going to say this book leans on its structure. That's what's propelling us through the course of the book. It's this back and forth of the past and the present. So we find her in the present in London. Her mother her mother passed away 10 months earlier. She's back in the city of London. The last time she was in London was when she was there with her mother. So this city is just, full of landmines in terms of memories for her. And also she's toying with this idea of, how do I properly represent my mother, a person who didn't like this kind of, sentimental retrospection. How do I stay true to myself as an artist, but also be a good daughter in representing her? So that's the present. And it's a very theoretical mood. It's a very ruminating mood, as you can imagine. She's grieving still, melancholic, rueful. It wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough to sustain the whole book. Most readers would get bored with it, although it's very deep and it's very interesting. So then there's this other section, and they're weaving back and forth. She's weaving back and forth as an author. The other section is the mother, and she's just this, wonderful, engaging character. She's a hoarder. At one point, the daughter is cleaning out her house, and she finds 3 waffle irons, and she brings them to her mother, and she says, which ones should we throw away? And the mother says, none of them. And then she's also like, they're really bad with money, right? The mother is really bad with money. And so we have these really concrete stories about this kind of stuff presented in the past, and it's really vivid, and it's really punchy, and it's really funny. So I'll give you an example. The parents kept a rental car for a year. Because they didn't feel like taking, and it's not that they had so much money to blow. They just were not good with it. They didn't feel like taking their car to the shop, so they kept a rental car for a year. It's just full of hilarious stories like that. Her mother hated memoirs. She also hated therapy. And so we get anecdotes like her favorite New Yorker cartoon is a comic of a man lying on his analyst's couch, and he says, I had a really difficult childhood, especially lately. So we get, it's funny. And do I think it would be enough to sustain the novel? Because it's very high-spirited, right? It's very high energy. honestly, it probably, the latter, the past, the concrete, vivid past, probably would be okay, but it wouldn't be at the level that Elizabeth McCracken is going for, because she wants to have that theoretical, ruminating vibe in there too. So the structure, in a way, is propelling itself. It's propelling the whole book forward. It's almost like the present and the past are at war with each other, just as she's at war with the whole memoir versus fiction thing, and they're giving each other energy by fighting each other and contrasting each other, and that's pushing us through this book. I don't think we could have I don't think we could have a book as fine as we have it without both of those sections, and in that way, I think structure is really effective here. There's a line at the end toward the end of the present section, which is of course more theoretical, and it's, is there any feminine mystery greater than the differences between a mother's body and a daughter's? The flat-chested generation giving life to the bosomy, the delicate-footed to the size 13. Why does God let it happen? What does it mean? And that's what I mean, like if we didn't have that present, we wouldn't have those kinds of lines, just really illuminating that book and elevating it, giving it meaning almost. So we need them both. And so I think in this case, it's structure. So I've talked about form and structure. I'm trying to talk about ones that are a little bit more obscure, which you don't see often ruling a book in this way. And now I'm going to talk about theme. So there's a book called Assembly by Natasha Brown, which is a small little book, but big in its momentum and its power. And it's about a Black British woman who's very upwardly mobile, very financially successful, and the book takes place over the course of a day. And in this day, she's gearing towards this party she's going to attend at her white boyfriend's family's country estate. And so over the course of the day, you start to see the surface unravel, and you start to see what it's cost her to attain all this so-called success. So every section in this book is a tiny book. It's probably 100 pages. Every section is illustrative of a theme like microaggression or racism or colonialism and the legacy of it, or sexism. And it's just a barrage of it. It's just over and over. It's so repetitive. And it starts to feel as a reader like you're in a pressure cooker, especially because those sections are so short. You're like, this lady is going to explode. And that's what's getting me through this book is I'm fascinated by how all this is going to be resolved, if it is in a healthy way. And I have the suspicion it won't be resolved in a healthy way because it's just so intense. And the reason it works, because if it was that over and over, it would just be purely repetitive and it would lose its power and its interest level. But the reason it works is because in every section, she presents it in a different way. So we see her talking about these themes in exposition. We see her in dialogue. She does really interesting exhibits. We have interiority, we have scenes. So I'm just going to read a few of these and just to give you a feel for it. Okay. First exposition. I guess she used to hook up with her boss at work. Okay. He could see her at her desk from his office and regularly dialed her extension to comment on what he saw and what he made of it. Her hair wild, her skin exotic, her blouse barely containing those breasts. Over the phone, he instructed her to do little things. This humiliated her more than the bigger things that eventually followed. Still, she held her stapler up high as directed, drank her entire glass of water in one go, spat out her chewing gum into her hand. And next, I'll go into dialogue. Dialogue is really not the proper way to describe this. There's a section where it's called What It's Like. And it's just a page. It's just one page. And it's a monologue, I guess. It's supposed to be a dialogue, but the narrator is not speaking. She's just a recipient. And this person is telling her these things. And so I'll just read it. No, but originally. Like your parents, where they're from. Africa, right? Here's the thing. I've been here 5 years. My wife, 7, 8. We've been working. We've been paying our taxes. We cheer for England in the World Cup. So when the government told us to register, told us to download this app and pay to register, it hurt. This is our home. We felt unwelcome. It's like if they said to you, go back to Africa. Imagine if they told you, no, you're not a real Brit. Go back to Africa. That's what it's like. I mean, of course you do. You understand. You can understand it in a way the English don't. Okay, and so then she does these cool exhibits, which are memories. I'll just read one. Outside the corner shop, over the road from your secondary school, there's often a queue of girls waiting. A shop assistant turned bouncer for the after-school rush stood at the door. 2 at a time, get in line, one in, one out, he intoned as if reciting from a holy text. But then he'd wave in 2 or 3 girls who hadn't bothered with the queue. schoolgirls with cherried lips, clumpy black eyelashes, and blonde hair that fell in limp curls about their shoulders. He waved them in. Then he glared at the queue, told it to keep the noise down. I'll read interiority, an example of interiority. But it's there, dread. Every day is an opportunity to F up. You know, I'll say there was very few of these sections in the book, which is why it worked, because this is a little bit, it's not heavy-handed because there were only a couple of these. Most of these were portrayed, were illustrated and not just told. So I'll just read this, but I'll give you that caveat. Every decision, every meeting, every report, there's no success, only the temporary aversion of failure, dread, from the buzz and jingle of my alarm until I finally get back to sleep, dread, weighing cold in my gut, winding up around my esophagus, seizing my throat, dread. I lie stretched out on the couch or on my bed or just supine on the floor, dread. I repeat the day over, interrogated for errors or missteps or anything. Dread, 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 dread. Anything at all could be the thing that F's everything up. I know it. That truth reverberates in my chest, a thumping bass line. Dread, dread. It's choking me, dread. Okay, and I'm just going to read this last scene, and then I'm going to move on to my next book, which is actually one of my favorite books. This is a scene. So this is just a scene. He says the library was his favorite room. She's talking about her boyfriend, current boyfriend, growing up, though he admits it's more of a large study, just with rather a lot of books. A few, he points out, were written by his father. Others, older, pertain to individuals from or aspects relating to his meticulously documented ancestral history. A couple, newer, make reference to the father, if only obliquely. Some are just books. My father made a name for himself in this room, he says. The line sounds rehearsed. His father had started at a conservative think tank, then advised policymakers, bigger and bigger names, morphing his own into a talisman of shadowy political influence. Who knows how much of it is true? I have no way to verify the father's grandiose anecdotes. Still, those shadows loom over the sun. He chases after them. But wouldn't he rather do something else? What else is as important as this, he says. Irritation or perhaps anger flashes across his eyes. He leans back against the desk, hugs his arms over his chest, says he wishes he could be like me, take up a soulless city job, make a metric shit ton of money. But all this, he waves an obligatory arm at the musty shelves around him. It demands more of him. There's a legacy to uphold. It's a compulsion, he says. He has a compulsion to make his mark on this world. It's been bred into him. He allows himself a sour chuckle at that last quip. And again, for this test that I apply, she's dealing with a lot. She has this job that she may or may not leave. She has this boyfriend she may or may not stay with. I didn't tell you this, but she's also sick. She's dealing with a diagnosis. And, you know, I don't care about the what in terms of how this all unfolds. I really just want her, this is why I know theme is controlling here. I want her to make sense of this in her psyche. I want her to resolve this sense of oppression she has in her psyche. That could look like her staying with the boyfriend and staying at the great paying job. I don't know what it looks like, but I just want that to be at peace and that to calm down, because that's the aspect of the story that I've been most attached to. So yeah, and so now I'll come upon the last example I'll use, which is from a book called Small Things Like These, which is one of my favorite books. It's by Claire Keegan. It's set in a small Irish town in 1985, and it's from the perspective of a man named Bill Furlong. And he's had a real tough go of it as a kid. You know, his mother had him as a teenager, which in 1946 was a no-go. She was also unwed. And the only reason he's made it to the extent that he has is because he had to rely on the kindness of his mother's boss. And now he's done okay. He has 5 daughters. He owns a coal and timber yard. He's married. And so when he comes upon, there's this inciting event in the book, which I don't think is giving anything away, because I don't actually think that's what the book turns on, but in terms of what's sustaining the interest of the reader. But there's an inciting moment in the book about a third of the way into it, where he comes upon a Magdalene laundry where these young girls who have had babies out of wedlock are being abused, and he has to figure out, based on his own history, and his own need for security at this time, he has to figure out what he's going to do about it, if anything. And the interesting thing about this book is this is, again, another small little book. It's 128 pages. We don't get to the inciting event until like 39, I think, page 39. So this is about a third of the way through. For most books, that would be too late. For most books, I'm afraid. For this book, I was trying to figure out, why did it not matter for this book? Well, first of all, it's written gorgeously, of course, but I don't think that's what it is only. I think the thing for me that's sustaining my interest throughout the front part of this book is tone. There is a tone of foreboding that is just seamlessly established in this book, and it's infused through every page. And I'm going to read some examples so you know what I'm talking about. These are just from the first page, and these are just, physical details, description. Okay, this is just the first words of the book. In October, there were yellow trees. Then the clocks went back the hour, and the long November winds came in and blew and stripped the trees bare. In the town of New Ross, chimneys threw out smoke, which fell away and drifted off in hairy, drawn-out strings before dispersing along the quays, and soon the river Barrow, dark as stout, swelled up with rain. The people, for the most part, unhappily endured the weather. Shopkeepers and tradesmen, men and women in the post office and the dole queue, the mart, the coffee shop and supermarket, the bingo hall, the pubs, and the chipper all commented in their own ways on the cold and what rain had fallen, asking what was in it and could there be something in it, for who could believe that there again was another raw cold day. Children pulled their hoods up before facing out to school, while their mothers, so used now to ducking their heads and running to the clothesline or hardly daring to hang anything out at all, had little faith in getting so much as a shirt dry before evening. And then the nights came on, and the frosts took hold again, and blades of cold slid under doors and cut the knees off those who still knelt to say the rosary. I mean, come on now. And so it's not only is it beautiful, because that's part of it. All of these elements of craft are working in tandem with each other. But to me, the main one that's keeping my interest until we get to that inciting event, which I don't even care about when it comes, because I'm so into this tone, is the tone. I mean, the long November winds came in and blew and stripped the trees bare, and the river Barrow, dark as stout, swelled up with rain, and the people, for the most part, unhappily endured. And then the nights came on, and the frost took hold again, and blades of cold slid under doors and cut the knees off. I mean, it's the way in which you can have so many different conversations with your reader. You can have a conversation with your reader where it feels like it's not direct. You're just indirectly giving them information that they'll receive maybe subconsciously, but they know there's trouble coming. There's trouble brewing here. There's going to be a reckoning. Bill Furlong is not going to get away with this happy life he's created for himself. We know that from these details. And I'll give you a few more details. The ones I'll read now are coming through the descriptions of his character, because again, these elements are all working together. They have to be successful. And so this character is developed beautifully. One way in which the character is developed is through the filter of this ominous tone. Okay. Furlong had come from nothing, less than nothing, some might say. His mother, at the age of 16, had fallen pregnant while working as a domestic for Mrs. Wilson, the Protestant widow who lived in the big house a few miles outside of town. When his mother's trouble became known and her people made it clear that they'd have no more to do with her, Mrs. Wilson, instead of giving his mother her walking papers, told her she should stay on and keep her work. On the morning Furlong was born, it was Mrs. Wilson who had his mother taken into hospital and had them brought home. It was the 1st of April, 1946, and some said the boy would turn out to be a fool. That's pages 5 through 6. On page 7, and this is just chapter 2. There's other parts of chapter 2, but I'm giving you the meat of chapter 2. As a schoolboy, Furlong had been jeered and called some ugly names. That's page 7. On page 9, we have, but Furlong never had found out who his father was. His mother had died suddenly, keeled over on the cobblestones one day, wheeling a barrow of crab apples up to the house to make jelly. A bleeding to the brain was what the doctors had called it afterwards. Furlong was 12 at the time. Years later, when he'd gone into the registry office for a copy of his birth certificate, unknown was all that was written in the space where his father's name might have been. The clerk's mouth had bent into an ugly smile, handing it out to him over the counter. It's stuff like that, like the ugly smile. It's like something bad's going to happen. And then we have this next one. This one is, okay, so she can't have it all be negative, right, or we get bored. So she's going to give us a little bit of positive. Okay. Now, Furlong was disinclined to dwell on the past. His attention was fixed on providing for his girls, who were black-haired like Eileen and fairly complexioned. Already they were showing promise in the schools. Kathleen, his eldest, came in with him to the little prefabricated office on Saturdays, and for pocket money helped out with the books, was able to file what had come in during the week and keep an account of most things. Joan, too, had a good head on her shoulders and had recently joined the choir. Both were now attending secondary at St. Margaret's. The middle child, Sheila, and the second youngest, Grace, who'd been born 11 months apart, could recite the multiplication tables off by heart, do long division, and name the counties and rivers of Ireland, which they sometimes traced out and colored in with markers at the kitchen table. They, too, were musically inclined and were taking accordion lessons up at the convent on Tuesdays after school. Loretta, their youngest, although shy of people, was getting gold and silver stars on her copybooks, reading her way through Enid Blyton, and had won a Texaco prize for her drawing of a fat blue hen skating across a frozen pond. Sometimes Furlong, seeing the girls, going through the small things which needed to be done, genuflecting in chapel, or thanking a shopkeeper for the change, felt a deep private joy that these children were his own. Aren't we the lucky ones? He remarked to Eileen in bed one night. I'm like, aren't we the lucky ones? Like, for the author to have that phrase in there, unfortunately, they're not going to be lucky. Okay, so I'm going to do a few more examples because I want to show you the proportion of negative to dark, negative to positive in this piece, excuse me. But some part of his mind was off intense. He could not say why. That's on page 12. It would be the easiest thing in the world to lose everything Furlong knew. That's on 13. On page 15, the times were raw, but Furlong felt all the more determined to carry on, to keep his head down and stay on the right side of people, and to keep providing for his girls and see them getting on and completing their education at St. Margaret's, the only good school for girls in the town. So we're getting the stakes there, of course. We're getting the stakes there for him, but we're also getting, what I love about this is the ratio. It's like, I read like 7 or 8 lines of description from the text. This is basically chapter 2 I gave you, and there are 2 descriptions that are positive, that are like, okay, maybe there's hope for this character. Maybe he is going to be able to reverse this cycle, or just uncover the draping of the past that's hovering over his life. Maybe he'll be able to do something with that, and we can trust this rendering that the author has done of his current life and how positive it is. Maybe we can trust it, but we know because of the details that we can't, and that's what's keeping me here. I'm like, how is this going to go wrong for him? I don't want it. I love Bill. I don't want it to go wrong for him, but I'm like, so it's not going to be all lovely. It's not going to be all sunshines and rainbows, and that's a good thing because we need conflict and tension in a book. And I also want to draw attention to not just the ratio, but the fact that the negative stuff we're getting about Bill is like core level. It's his person. It's stuff you never forget if it happened to you as a child. You never forget the ugly smile. You never forget that there was an unknown on the father's birth certificate, nor that people jeered you throughout your entire childhood, that you were thought that it was thought that you would be a fool. That never goes out of your psyche. And then the things that he's naming that he has to sustain himself and to look forward to, the more positive descriptions we're getting, they're all pretty superficial. It's like my daughters are doing well in school. My daughters play they play instruments really well. They genuflect. They know when to do that. And they're very gracious with the clerk. It's stuff that you would write on a resume. It's not real. And so the ratio of darkness to light, and then also the degree to the depth with which Claire Keegan went into the dark is showing us what's coming, is preparing us. So when he gets to that scene where he sees that girl, the stakes have been laid out, and we don't know what he's going to do, and it almost doesn't matter. It almost doesn't matter to me what he does. I just need him to integrate his past into his present and kind of have both be there side by side without trying to cover up the past, because all I care about at this point is his character, and I've been led to care about his character because that tone was so gripping I couldn't stop reading. So I hope that was helpful for you. It's been really helpful for me, and I'll tell you personally, I've been working on this book. Michael knows, certainly. I've been working on this book for 4 years, and that's long for me. And I just have not been able. There's this one section in particular. It's a book where actually a lot does happen over the course of this woman's life. She's sort of quasi-raised in a convent. She becomes a Black Panther. She goes to prison. It's not like this is a quiet little book, but that's over 400 pages, so most of the book is going to be quieter. And I have found I've had a lot of trouble with one section in particular, the section about the Black Panther Party, because I think I forgot to take my own advice, which happens all the time. I forgot the Panther Party is not what the reader is interested in when they get to page 100 of my book. They care about what's been holding tension for them, which is the mother-daughter relationship. I didn't tell you this, but she's been abandoned by her mother. And she inadvertently, circumstances take place that lead her to inadvertently abandon her own child. And so the crux of this book is, how do I get my daughter to forgive me for something I haven't even been able to forgive my own mother for? That's the tension of the book. And I forgot about that. So I got to the second section. That's very neatly established in the first, but I got to the second section and I'm like writing about, the breakfast program, and like nobody cares. It's great. It's really good information, but that's not what the reader's interested in. The reader doesn't care how many times she had to practice making bacon before she got it right for the kids to come to the breakfast program. The kids the students honestly, or the readers honestly don't even care that much, if you can believe this, about, and this is true, I've seen it in my readers, they don't even care that much about what ends up happening that sends her, she goes to prison. So they don't even care about what ends up happening content-wise that sends her to prison. The tension is being held by that mother-daughter relationship. And I was telling the story in terms of information, historical information that I had researched for years and that I felt needed to come through. And we were talking about this in our workshop this morning. That's not what the reader wants. The reader wants that interpersonal, intimate relationship building stuff that I based the book on and that the first section covers very well. And so they don't even know why they're reading when they get to the Panther section, even though it's theoretically, like on the page, ostensibly, it seems like, wow, this would be really captivating. Who doesn't want to read about the Black Panthers? It seems like really high paced, really, really high energy, but it's actually been the opposite. I learned in my book, they're not caring about that at that point, because that's not what I gave them to care about in the beginning. And so this has been really helpful for me to try to figure out what tool am I using? Why is my reader still here? What tool have I used to keep them here? And once you know that, you have so much power, because you can manipulate the tool to get the maximum amount of energy out of it. So I hope this is helpful. It's been helpful for me. If you have any questions, I'm here. I think we have a few more minutes. Okay. And thank you. Okay, 2 questions. Okay, sounds good. And I'll repeat them. Don't worry about that. Yes. Yes.
So the examples you've given, except for maybe the correspondent, are short books.
Yeah.
Do you think using these things, these systems are sustainable over longer? I mean, you're writing ones, but what is your feeling?
That's a really good question. I wouldn't have thought that except for my own experience. And it's amazing to me that, first of all, let me repeat the question. The examples I gave are books that are really thin books, except for the correspondent. And do I think that the same rules hold true for longer pieces? And I think the answer is yes. I wouldn't have known that. I mean, it's something I truly have just figured out in my own work. But I think that's right. I think as long as it's as the tension is sustained, I mean, you have to sustain the tension. You have to figure out what it is, identify what's holding tension for the reader. And it could be 1 or 2 things. It could be 3 things. Like, it doesn't have to just be one. I focused on one, but most of these are working in tandem with others. So they all have to be, firing off. But sometimes there's a main one and you're like, okay, that's what I'm using to keep the reader engaged. And you have to keep the mystery of it. You have to keep it activated. So you can't kill the mystery of it. So as long as there are different iterations of it across the course of the book that are still inviting mystery for the reader, and they haven't had their question answered yet, and they're seeing new examples of this question presented in different ways, and it hasn't been answered, and it's not repetitive and monotonous in that way, then I sure do think it holds. Yeah, I do. Absolutely. The only reason, I'll tell you a secret, the only reason I picked these short books is because my students didn't want to read long books. So I just needed them to do the reading. Yeah. I'm not talking about you, Carly. You read everything. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, okay, well, I won't belabor it. Thank you so much. I hope it was helpful.
Turn off your electronic devices, cell phones, marital aids, pacemakers, whatever you've got. And this is the short story contest. No, it's a short story panel, but it's not a short panel. And we'll leave plenty of time for questions. I'd love to talk with all these folks about various topics. If you were lucky enough to go to the pop-up Latinx panel, we could talk more with Dagoberto Gilb. Go ahead and clap. About the joys and challenges of taking on the hegemony of the industry. I'd love to talk forever about John and Yoko with my friend Tom Barbash, because he wrote a wonderful novel. I get to talk a lot to Lisa Alvarez, but I almost never get to remind people that she is the editor of not one, not two, but 3 literary anthologies. Lisa Alvarez. And I want to just put in a big plug. This gentleman here, Peter Orner, does a podcast. How many of you are aware of it and listen to it? Leslie Daniels does, so there you go. And so does Lisa Alvarez. So check it out, please. And the premise is that they don't actually, how should I say, Peter? You don't listen. You have to have read the story, or you will read the story after. They just tell you everything you need to know about the story and the author and about whatever Peter Orner wants to talk about, and it's just brilliant. And the title of it is?
The Lonely Voice on Texas Public Radio.
Yeah, I wanted to get it right. Texas Public Radio. Shout out to them. So that's some amazing people here. And hopefully that's the last you'll have to hear from me, because I solicited them all for questions that they particularly wanted asked. And they can take turns answering them, and you can see they brought some supplemental materials, so be prepared to follow whatever thread they decide to tug at. But let's start with the one that all 4 of them wanted me to ask, and it was most economically offered by Dago, so I'll let him start out, and it's really easy. It's 4 words. Why stories, not novels? Sir, you have the floor. It's on the floor. You've noticed that we've abandoned the podium to be closer to you, and so when it comes time for questions and answers, please stand up and holler at me. Dago, stories,
hello.
not novels.
Hello, yes, Zork.
Got it.
Okay. That's a good question. It's because I'm dumb. I didn't know any better. No, really, a lot of it is that. But let me go further than that. I came up as a writer, learning about writing as a business, or whatever you call it. Business may not be the perfect word, but
Dago, please.
it's not.
Microphone. Yeah.
Closer to your.
I think it's not. That sounds. And now
You have to hold it close.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, okay. and As a business, let me step back for a second. I started writing a novel because I thought novels would sell. I didn't have creative writing. I had no friends that went to college. I didn't know creative writing programs existed. This was in the mid 70s. I didn't know any of that. I studied something else in college, and I got out of college, and I was my degree was perfect for carpentry, and so I spent the next almost 20 years being a carpenter, and so I was across the street. I was writing my first novel, and I thought it was a great novel. That's another story, and across the street from me, from the building I was at, which was a museum, a three-story add-on at the University of Texas at El Paso, they had a visiting writer named Raymond Carver. And I didn't know him, but I don't really think many people, well, enough apparently. And mean, he, oddly, my degree at UC Santa Barbara was not English. English was these really smart guys, these super brilliant guys that I was terrified of, because they are. And I never took an English class, precisely because everybody really smart studied English. And I didn't want, and I'm a guy in high school got D's because they didn't want to fail me in English. I would persuade them. Anyway, I'm digressing, which I do. Anyway, across the street was Ray Carver. And I thought, well, God, that's strange. He's teaching writing, and he's in an anthology or a journal that I had in my 62 Chevy, which brought me to El Paso at the time. And oh, look, he is in that anthology. That name looks familiar because it's in a UCSB anthology, which I think was given to me by a poet girl that liked me, and I put it in the box. That's the only reason. Okay, so then I'm halfway through the novel, and I thought, well, I'm going to go meet this guy, Raymond Carver, and maybe what's a class in writing? So I went to meet him, and he let me meet him, and I wrote a story for him. It's called Down in the West Texas Town. It's about junkies junkie carpenters I was hanging out with. And so anyway, he read it, and I won't talk about the thing he circled. And otherwise he said, it's real good. Do you want to go to grad school? And I said, I have no idea. Why would I go to? I'm out of college. And I'll get you into Iowa. Now, the only Iowa that I knew was Kiowa. I studied Kiowa. I read all kinds of Indian novels, American Indian. I thought of Kiowa. I remember this novel where a Kiowa chopped off this bad woman's nose, and that was to tell everybody in the tribe she cheats. And so I thought, oh, wow, Kiowa. And I said, well, no, I guess not. I'm going to just write a novel. So that's my beginning. But I fell in love that he wrote working class stories, and here I am working class. I am not only from, I still am. I am doing it. I'll give them working class. And there I started on the story, which I began to love. I'd read Rulfo, I'd read Tomás Rivera's Y no se lo tragó la tierra, and really good stories that I thought were poems, were like poetry, and I love poetry. I can't write I wouldn't even dare. Can you imagine if I sat here and said, I'm a poet? You'd all crack up. And I knew that then. I was like, no. So anyway, that's mine.
That's both a terrific origin story and a kind of explanation of, I guess, sort of the economics of your particular choice. It reminds me, frankly, of Grace Paley, who's in the pantheon of people who did a whole other life as an activist and found the short form, the thing that she could complete and capture, and also have a political and a working class commitment. Tom, I'm going to ask you to start with why stories, not novels, but you've provided so many things that are very helpful in terms of the kind of effort to find yourself in the short story. So after you tell us why stories, maybe you could talk, as you indicated to me, about changing your point of view to discover where you were really at. And just to be clear, we're not throwing shade on novels, folks, but you've written both forms and quite successfully.
Thanks, Andrew, and so great. I just arrived last night, so I missed out on a couple days of festivities here, but I'm just thrilled to be here and to see everybody. So when I think. When I was in grammar school, I went to a Quaker grammar school. I also went to a Quaker college, Haverford College. I went to Friends Seminary in New York City. I'm looking at Greg, another Haverford grad. But in Quaker meetings, they're almost like little short stories. There's nobody in the front preaching to you. If you're inspired, you stand up, you say something, and then there's a necessary pause afterwards. And people don't necessarily respond, but they sit with whatever it is you've said. And I think that imprinted itself on me, that idea of the pause. I talk a lot when I teach about, like with white space in a story, about being pauses and endings being pauses, and just that period where something stays with you, where something has moved you. And so in terms of where you came from, I had no intention of being, or I didn't think I had intention of being a fiction writer. I was a newspaper reporter covering cops and, and town hall meetings and stuff in Syracuse. And then I got it, and this was right after Carver died, and I was in Syracuse. My son is going to Syracuse, by the way, so that's the news. Yeah, and so which is interesting, full circle thing. But so Tobias Wolff let me into his workshop there when I'd written one story. I'd written a story based on something I covered in Oswego County, which is this kid went out with a BB gun and he'd been cutting school and he was shooting it and he accidentally shot hit a 3-year-old girl in her arm when she was with her mom on an ATV, and then he stole a car and split town with a friend of his who he'd spent the day with. And so I wrote that short story. I don't know what, like I'd never really written a short story. And then everybody loved it, and Toby let me into his workshop. And then, so I guess the thing about stories, I think the most important thing that I learned as a writer early on was rereading, like reading things 5, 6, 7 times, and how you learn craft from that. You have the initial, and I hadn't in the point, now I'm rereading novels, but you don't tend to do that. But that idea of having if a story's really well written, that it gets better and better through the rereading of it. And that's where you catch the resonances, those things that make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. You can look in the beginnings, you can look through a story and see how that came about. So that excited me. And the first anthology, I found this is that Toby Wolff assigned was American Short Story Masterpieces by Raymond Carver and Tom Jenks. And these stories, we just adored them. We would all go out and drink beers. I'd never been this, and we just had these amazing conversations about it. And they were just, and I wanted to do that. I wanted to create the effects in those stories so that someone would reread them and talk about them, and in a way that's different. I'm not saying it's inferior to the novel, but I don't know, they get into your head the way great songs get into your head. In fact, and one of my favorite writers and best friends, Dan Shawn, says that when you organize a story collection, it should be like an album, like an old-fashioned in terms of the story orders and stuff. So for me, it's the intensity of it and how much fun I have with my fellow writers talking about the stories we love. So.
Hey, thanks. Lisa Alvarez, I don't think you've published a novel. Oh, of course, I know your oeuvre, your entire catalog. But even I, after reading your short story collection, found that the characters that you'd find in a novel in discourse or in relationship to each other also showed up in short stories, maybe in different forms, in different occasions, and the most obvious being that the younger version of a character then shows up at the end, perhaps as a more mature and experienced character who, in then some ways, informs the reading of the first story. Did I set that up for you well enough?
I think you did, and I would resist calling my collection a novel in stories. Instead, sometimes I describe it as a broken crown of stories, referring to sort of a crown of sonnets, but a broken crown, so they don't exactly fit together. But before I respond to that, and I hope I can remember to it when I get back, I'm interested in the fact that you two brought up Ray Carver. And as you were talking about him, I'm remembering when I first began to write in earnest, which don't tell my undergraduate teachers at Cal State Long Beach, it really wasn't there. It was when I graduated from Cal State Long Beach and then went back to community college, where I found an exceptional teacher in the wonderful poet and writer Jim Crusoe at Santa Monica College. Dylan was in that workshop. So many other people have passed through Jim's workshop. And I was also working part-time at Santa Monica High School. And I was a teaching assistant, a classified employee. I belonged to SEIU 660. And one day in the break room, I picked up my Union magazine, and there was a short story by Ray Carver. And I can't remember the story, but I remember the intro to the story where they identified Carver as a member of my union, or a sibling union, and where they quoted from one of his essays where he explained, and it's a loose paraphrase through the decades, that he started writing short stories because he was working so much. Right, and he would work so much, and then he would go home and draft, and he could get through a draft of a short story.
Plus, he had kids.
And he had kids, and then he would go back to work, and then he would go back to that draft. And it occurred to me that perhaps his one of his relationships to the form had to do with the shape of his working life. And I thought, there's something for me. I know something about work. I've been working since I was 15. And maybe this is a form that will fit the shape of my life and allow me to profile the kind of lives that I really wanted to be seen in the anthologies that I loved and adored, and the writers that just enchanted me with what they could get done in a few pages, right? Which I think is what I did in my my short story collection, Some Final Beauty. I had a little bit of a crisis after I turned 60. I'm perhaps a very unambitious writer, but then after 60, I thought, I'm pretty happy, but I still want a book, right? And one semester break in between the fall and the spring, I sort of looked at what I had written, and I counted up all the stories, and I had 11 stories, all again sort of sharing characters that cross through time and also place, Southern California. And I counted them up, and I thought, well, damn, maybe I've already written my book, right? And I put the manuscript together quite quickly, sent it off to a couple publishers. One said no, University of Nevada said yes. I was really thrilled. They gave me a great reader who helped me develop what Andrew sort of characterized as a better sort of sequencing. So the stories, each of them tell a story in themselves, but then they tell a larger story as well. The University of Nevada, before I close, I just want to say one of the things they did for me was they gave me another great short story writer as a peer reviewer. They redacted his name and any identifying details on the letter that he sent me, but I immediately recognized him because there is no one quite like the wonderful short story writer Michael Jaime Becerra. And Michael Jaime gave me some tough and wonderful notes. I took 3 or 4 months, and I made a book that I thought was pretty good, even better, and it was made better through what he was able to see that I was not. So credit to him. Did I answer the question, Andrew?
Yes, that was great. Thank you very much, Lisa Alvarez. And I'll just point out that I've heard this writer in panels a lot the last few months, and she always does indicate that all of her characters actually have jobs. There's no playboys and millionaires and, there's real people with real jobs. Here's my favorite of the responses. I got many wonderful responses, but Peter Orner asked me to please mention his little mantra here, that short stories are not training wheels for novels. Yes. Go for it.
It's hard to follow all that's been said, and I find this a really hard thing to talk about because it's the only thing I really think about, And so, how do I articulate my love for this entity, this form, whatever we call it? And I will throw shade on novels, and I love writing them, and I love reading them, and I love everything about them. What I want in a novel is the same thing I want in a story, and I so rarely get it in a novel, and that is that sense of absolute urgency, and your heart will be broken within pages, right? And for me, I will walk many, many miles to read a great story, and maybe less. And I think they're rare. I think great stories are truly rarer than almost anything, except Faulkner had the hierarchy, which was poetry being the absolute highest art form of literature that he thought, and then stories, and then novels. Note, he wrote a lot of novels. He wrote a lot of stories. He wrote some dreadful poetry, and he knew it. So I don't even know where to begin here. You know, Dago mentioned Juan Rulfo. What Rulfo can do in 3 pages is worth so much more than so much else. And that's maybe an obvious thing to say, but I think of a story called Don't You Hear the Dogs Barking, where a father is carrying his son, who's in his 20s or 30s even. He's been shot, and he's carrying him to a village clinic across the desert. And he's an old man, and he's carrying a guy who's at least 180, 220, whatever it is. And he does it, and you believe it. And I don't know, try that in a novel. So I have lots of notes and lots of thoughts, but for me, it does break my heart when, no offense to the agents and publishers in the vicinity, who I also love and need, but they will sometimes tell you what you know they tell you about this. And we all can tell you examples of people who have fought that because that was the art form they wanted to do. And you got to stick to your guns on that. If you are, take that good advice if you feel that's good advice. But if it's not good advice, i.e., right, where's your novel? Great stuff. Love these pages. Fantastic story. Do you have a novel? Push that back if that's where you want to be. If you take that advice and say, you know what, my novel's right here, fantastic. But if you got another story and another story and another story down the line, I say, do that. Don't believe it will be lucrative.
I'm going to give you a chance
Andrew,
to.
I just wanted to say something
sorry.
with Peter. So similar to your description of that story, there's a story in this anthology called Walking Out by a writer named David Quammen. And I think it was the only short story that he written, but it has a young boy carrying his father. I don't want to give away too much of the story, but it's super intense. And I was teaching at Stanford, and one of my students ended up playing for the Jets. He was a defensive tackle. And he told me when he came back to school that
There he comes with the ball.
there he is. There he is.
Comes, yeah.
But anyway, he and 3 other football players on the Stanford football team were coming back from Lake Tahoe, and he read that story to them in this car as the light was fading, and he said they were just so into it. And these were not so. That idea. So if you write many novels, wouldn't you trade it for that time of having 4 Stanford football players just completely gripped to it, driving from Lake Tahoe? Anyway, that's a kind of intensity, I guess, that a story can bring.
Yes, that heartbreak in a few pages. I was thinking about of going on a camping trip with this guy over here and Jay Gummerman, who used to come up here all the time. I'm seeing some nodding heads, and the one thing in my backpack was a copy of The New Yorker that had this story in it by a writer I hadn't heard of, because I hadn't heard of many writers then, but it was Dennis Johnson, and the story was Emergency. And I insisted that I read the whole thing out loud to them. I had finished it in my tent, and then I woke up the next day and I'm like, I have to read this aloud to you. And there we were on Santa Rosa Island off the California coast. But it was that urgency, and it was that power, and you wanted to share it and convey it. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the testimonials. I do want to return to offering Peter the opportunity to rant or elaborate or further make enemies. No, seriously, there's this very
I'll make this brief.
really perverse taxonomy, folks, and I hope you don't believe any of it for a minute. I get questions like, how many pages should the story be? Or what kind of stories do you take? I think anybody who has something to actually tell should ignore all these constraints, 2 of which Peter helpfully identified, again, in this sort of market-driven taxonomy. We've already had, I think, the appropriate skepticism about auto-fiction, but you also mentioned your particular hostility toward the marketing of stories.
I was in a mood when I got that email.
He's a very mean man. Of so-called short shorts and flash fiction. Well, what use is that except, okay, maybe there's an anthology and you'll fit in there, but you wouldn't stop writing a story just because it lost its flash, right? You'd keep going. So have at it, Peter.
Or the opposite. You wouldn't keep going because you want it to be longer to not be that. I've always resented the label. And I no offense because I have friends who tell me, like, shut up about this. Like, it's all, read the story, you forget if it says flash fiction on the top. And if it's a good story, it's great. So I have backed off my students are like, please, not again. Not again with the short, flash, whatever the other names are. I just feel like, right. Very, very, very short stories have been around a long time. Like even Adam and Eve, how many lines, right? And so I just feel like a story is a story. And then Grace Paley presented this too. She said, of which I have been implicated. A short idea. But she was in the anthology because she wanted the buck for the anthology and she wanted to be next to other great writers. So fine. And I've taken that also, and have been happy to be in anthologies that have that label, even if I throw it across the room when I get it. But yeah.
Turn on your mic, please.
I thought, didn't I? No, I didn't. I went the other way. I have a 6-page story. Oh man, there's so many little details I wish I could say. I won't do it. But, and for the money, of course I always wanted money. I had 2 kids and a wife and all this stuff. And that costs money. And I have a 6-page story that got published, The Short Life and Quick Death of Love in L.A., 6 pages. That story has been reprinted in so many textbooks and anthologies. And, talk about short stories. That story, and I hear people tell me about that story. And why is it? Because it's for college and they don't want to read very much. I know that. I absolutely am 100% sure. And if I didn't, I would have written more 6-page stories if I knew how to write them. I can't write less than 20. But anyway, and now I'm going to tell you a really happy story about money and how little I will take. I got good news today that the Bedford Anthology of Literature, and I've been in it before, but I got $2,500. I'm in a chapter in the literary, but I got $2,500 for these 5 pieces that my chapter covers. And I'm like, well, there show you dudes. So it can pay.
Well, I want to just follow up on that and then pose for the whole panel this idea. So one thing someone said to me, and I think it's true, is people often think of, when they read a novel that they love, I think they think of the characters and the subject matter, but when they read a story collection, they tend to fall in love with the writer. And I think also my story collection got reviewed everywhere, and it had a really large trajectory, and it set me up really well and it will for you guys, I think, that idea. So maybe you don't make as much on that front, but in terms of your career, in terms of your regard among other writers, it's not why you do it, but it's not even a bad move financially to have to go with stories. I think at some point, your story is indicative of that.
Yeah, no, it's good. Just to contrast, I have a new collection. I knew it's a year and a half now. No reviews, no nothing. It's like, oh, okay, it didn't exist. And it was City Lights books. That's a good am I on? And it is a hard business. I don't think it's about stories. It's just whatever whim they're on, you got to be on their whim circuit. And
well, I think there are trends too. There's certain seasons that suddenly, like a lot of story collections are doing really well. I don't know what I don't know the marketplace right now, but anyway, I'm just curious for you all, Lisa and Peter, just in terms of that idea, of like that when you read a collection of stories, you think more of the writer, than.
Oh, I'm deeply in love with short story writers. Edward P. Jones, right? In love with Grace Paley, Yeah, Peter.
John Edgar Wideman wrote a story called Welcome that is probably as close to anything. I break my heart just thinking about it. And so I don't know. Yeah, I agree with Tom. I think we do tend to identify. Though there's something about that, I don't know what exactly, but I think we got to fall in the story and forget the writer too, But I think then when we're done, we're like, who the hell did this? And that was my reaction. And a lot of times we find stories in isolation, not in necessarily in collections. I love collections. I love uneven collections. I love collections that are called Broken Crown of stories, not necessarily like forced novel-in stories. I think a lot of times they're forced, not all the time. They can be great, but sometimes they can be forced. And I feel like I'm always looking for a collection that, I'll just briefly, my teacher and close friend and dear godlike father figure was Andre Dubus, senior. I love his son very much, but Andre was my teacher. He would say that a story collection actually mirrors life more than a linear story that goes on. And again, he didn't diss that at all. He tried to write a novel. It's called Lieutenant. It's not very good, but his stories are like the broken arc of lives, and that, he said, and never left me, was that mirrored his own experience having lived all these different lives, as a Marine, as a teacher, as a husband, many times, as somebody who was in a car accident who lost both legs. So, all of those things, and he that fracturedness, he thought a collection, especially when the stories didn't resemble each other, was more true to his own experience.
I want to make sure and talk about craft, because that's what this conference is all about. So I'll start with Peter, and we'll all try to answer Tom's question, which was the value or the consideration of point of view and how dramatically that or some other important decision affects your production. And again, I'll set it up again, Peter. Maybe you didn't hear earlier, but Tom said that as a way of discovery, he would recognize that.
Well,
I think it was
you
third.
Asked me, and I didn't answer it. When
Yeah,
you
I
asked
know.
Me, so I could
go
say
for it.
My example. I just had a story, this story gets called Birthday Girl, and I had written it. I wrote it first in first person, and it didn't quite succeed. I mean, it was okay. I knew there was a story there, and I wrote it in third person. And it didn't quite come together, and I didn't think I was going to do it. So then I landed on second person, and it worked. And it was actually, I just read it to my sister. And and I was I've tried to think second. Not a lot of people write about second person, but I was thinking of how people tell second person stories, and they're often to tell people you would have done it too if you were in my position. It's sort of like, you're in this situation, you've had too much to drink, and so. It worked, and but for me, it was a long process, and then coming at the solutions. I tried solutions that didn't have to do with point of view, with switching the order things, or doing a whole bunch of other things, but it really, and then so I mean, one adage, and I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel that all experimentation should grow out of character. So if you break out of the form, that particular mode of storytelling should have to do with your character and not through some idea of trying something new. But that's certainly that character, her story needed to be. And I think of the great Sarah Cola type of love story, that Russell Banks story where and it's the weirdest story because it keeps going back from first and third. But it's because he sort of starts a story and it's clearly about him, then he gets self-conscious and pulls back into third. It's the weirdest story, but it grows out of who he is. So anyway, Peter.
That's a great idea. I never thought. I would like that experimentation grows out of character. Can I quote Tom on something else that it has to do with character? Tom said, and I've gotten so much mileage out of this. I put in 3 books, I think, without attribution. I'm terrible. But Tom said, minor characters don't know they're minor. Anyway, I don't know if that has something to do with what you just said. The craft of the story, the elasticity is what is so exciting about any kind of writing, fiction writing to me, and it's not limited to the story, but the story allows you that kind of entry points that are surprising. Frank O'Connor is somebody I revere, and I took the name of the podcast that we have that I've co-host with Yvette Benavides at Texas Public Radio. It's called The Lonely Voice, and it's after Frank O'Connor's idea that short stories come out of like a lonely corner of society, that they're often somebody whose voice is not a dominating voice, but a voice in a minor key, whether their relationship to the dominant society is somewhat skewed in whatever way that can look like. and Frank O'Connor celebrated that idea. And I think I've lost my train of thought. But just the idea of plasticity and being able to come at a story from an angle that might be surprising to you is what I find exciting about the form. One of the things.
No, you want me to? I think I told you earlier that these smart guys, jeez, I'm learning so much. I never have point of view problems. Of course not. And you brought up the Frank O'Connor. I learned from Ray Carver how he taught. He taught for Guests of the Nation, and I used that forever as my how to lay out a classic story. And at the end of that story, you know, I don't remember the character's name.
And after that, nothing was ever the same again.
Not just that. There's somebody sees the world as just this miniature, and it's the only thing in the world is this gravesite, and the other one feels like it's as far. It's the universe, but it's a moment. And let me go to another writer. She's a friend of mine, who, and basically that's what I think short fiction does, like poetry. I want to do the writer that I want to talk about, but the thing that short fiction does, like poetry, is that with one story, you beat several novels. If it's a really good story, you win. Like a poem can knock out 20 novels about a war. A poet, one poem, one page. That's who we're competing against, those guys. Yes. But I pick stories because, you know, I have 4 collections of stories. Maybe that's 45, 50, and there's more. I've written 50 novels. I said in my 20-page story what I could turn it in. A boring novel, you turn a lot more pages. I'd have a gun. Oh, he picked it up. He moved it here. He aimed it. He pulled the trigger. Boom. And, you know, I don't care about that shit. Just how did it feel in your hand? How does it feel like to hold a frickin' gun that you're going to kill somebody with? What is the grip? Okay, so I have this friend of a really kooky friend. And I only like kooky people. That's just my fetish. and her name is Pat. Her name used to be Pat Ellis Taylor, and she turned it in because she didn't like her husband, and she got mad at him, and because she was born under the certain star, she became Pat Little Dog. Okay, great Kerouac writer. A Foot in the Field of Men, one of the great collections of stories ever written. You'll never find it. It's out of print for many years. She has this one story. It's called What Cecilia Reveals, and I'll be quick. Cecilia is this woman from El Paso who, you know, just a kooky maid, but looks like she's from Juarez. And Pat, who is the narrator, you know, anyway, she decides that the woman's stealing rags from her. I mean rags. And in a bag of rags, she finds, is that my washcloth? Is that my washcloth? Did she steal from my bathroom? Is that what she does when she goes in the bathroom for so long and she stole one of my washcloths? And so at some point she confronts this woman, what Cecilia, and said, you stole my washcloth. And Cecilia says, then right at the end with the flapping of birds, just like in the story by O'Connor, there's a flapping of birds. She's in this place where she's driven Cecilia back, and Cecilia gets real close to her and says, Senora, I didn't steal that washcloth, and lied to her. It's a bold-faced lie, and that's the end. It was like, my God, that's a great story. That is one of the greatest stories I've ever read. I still say so. I put it in my top 10 of move over Chekhov. So I don't know what that was about, but next.
Thank you. I hope you all wrote that down. But Lisa Alvarez, editor of the Daily Moo, often reproduces the recommended books. But now we got just enough time for a couple of questions, please. Stand up and holler real loud at me if you have a question for one of these, what do you call them, Dago? Smart people.
And me too.
When you're deciding on a story and maybe you want to play with the structure of it, and you write it out straight, like chronologically first, and then you make it modular, if you have any experience changing the order of how things are told.
The question is about the composition of the story by way of chronology in terms of how it originally came out and then maybe what you do to, sorry for my crude assessment, organize it or further compose it. Someone want to jump in? I guess it's a process question and yes.
Okay, they're pointing at me now. I think, well, when I start writing, I sometimes I don't know what I'm writing. I don't know if it is a poem. I'm an occasional poet. When I write a poem, I do feel like I have wings and can fly. But sometimes when I'm writing, I'm not sure if it is a poem or an essay or a story yet. But when it begins to appear to be a story, one of the questions I sort of ask of the story is if it's going to be found in the past of that scene or if it's going to be found in the future. And I think one of the things I'm learning about my own writing is, for me, time is often the plot that drives my characters. So sometimes I'll be looking at a scene, I don't know where it's going to go, so I'll decide to flash back to find how people got to where I discovered them. I'm often motivated by setting and character. That's usually where I begin. And if I'm really puzzled, I will jump forward with these people.
You know, I think, so just from a practical standpoint of what you do, because that you're looking at the blank page, and I think one of the most important things is creating some sort of sense of conflict and momentum. A writer that Greg and I know, a writer named Ryan Hardy, used to talk about taking a boulder and pushing it over the top of a hill, and then it can't really stop. And so I often say that you, in the beginning of stories, begin with an unsustainable situation. There's some sort of circumstance and some sort of action. Or another thing that I say is that there's been a static state of circumstances up until this point, and there's some intrusion in that. Someone loses a job, someone gets pregnant, there's some new element of facts, and now that drives the story forward. Because a lot of you start on a story and you're kind of discovering it. It's not, you're going to waste too much time doing that. So creating that kind of urgency. John Franzen said that, when he's looking at stories, he said he likes a first line that says, she needed $2,050 by Friday afternoon. Just some sort of, so you begin with that kind of conflict and imperative, and that line of tension, and then you have to sustain it. And then I think through that kind of momentum, rather than worrying too much about structure, I think that once you have the imperative and the voice, if you've read enough fiction, you've intuited a lot of different structures, and you may very well find it. So.
And I was thinking, as you were talking, Tom, about something that Dylan Landis wrote a couple months ago in the New York Times. I'm looking at Dylan about a Post-it note above your desk. What did that Post-it note say, Dylan?
How can I fuck this up?
Yes, that was that is the question that Dylan Landis asks herself as she writes scene by scene through her wonderful books.
I would just say in answer to Amelia's question, I don't think that it's a one or the. Obviously, it's not one or the other. Yeah. I mean, a story doesn't come linearly because you got memory, and you got memory further back, and you got memory from yesterday. And I think of the way my mom tells a story. She goes to the grocery store and she'll tell me who she met, but then along the way there'll be all kinds of whatever. You know what I mean? A million detours. And so I think those detours are part of the beauty of storytelling, and therefore, it isn't like, oh, am I going to tell this one straight and then modularize it, or it usually comes. You kind of see where a story's going. If it's going to be fragmented or tangential, I follow that out, and I try not to maybe impose too much. But I think what your question also has in it is the fact that, you always have that opportunity. Like, and Eudora Welty used to get on the floor. She used to cut the sentences and the paragraphs and then rearrange them on the floor. So doing something like that, you've always had that option. And then you can feel like, oh my God, now we're getting interesting. You know what I mean? So in a way, your initial question is a really good one, in the sense of you can do that after the fact, sure, absolutely, and you can also do it within the organic initial writing also. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, our short story panel is running long.
Oh no!
Please thank
There's a question.
our crew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for convening us.
The next panel will assemble shortly.
Hello, everyone. It's 3 o'clock, and you all remembered that it was time for the Memory and Miss Memory panel, and I'm delighted you're all here. And I'm going to sit down in a moment, but just to draw attention to our wonderful panelists. Kelly McMasters is the author, oh, I love that, of a beautiful memoir, and she's also a journalist and essayist. Our wonderful Samuel Friedman, author of many, many books of very many kinds. Keenan Norris is, I really appreciate this because he's nonfiction, he's essayist, he's journalist, he's fiction writer and memoirist, so we have lots of things to come from there. And then Greg Spatz, extraordinary musician, as well as marvelous fiction writer, and we're going to also be asking a bit about memoir today. So I'll just begin by giving my little overall spiel, which is that we all use memory in various ways. We love that truck going by. Perhaps not so much in nonfiction, straight nonfiction and journalism, although I'm really hoping that Keenan and Sam might address exactly that. But of course we use memory in memoir and fiction. In both forms there's a degree of selection that has to happen. And I certainly found this in writing my own memoir, Reclaiming My Decade Lost in Scientology, especially as after many, many drafts, it became clear to me what the memoir was actually about, at which point I went back and deleted a bunch of stuff that had been in there and added new things. I'm sure people are nodding, so we're going to get some information about that. Certain sections just had to be jettisoned because they didn't have to do with the arc that I'd finally figured out I was creating, or certain memories had to be re-examined for what it was they were actually, getting across to the reader. And I've told this joke several times, and one day I might actually write this essay, which is that I really had this thought about the essay, which is the ethics of rewriting a memoir. Who am I this time? But it's true that in memoir, we create a character on the page. We unfold a story just as surely as we do when we work on fiction. And what we want our readers to do is to turn that page. We want them to be engaged with our story and, of course, our character. It's true of both those forms, fiction and memoir. So it seems to me this has to do with selection and ordering and cutting and revising. Yet we're dealing with actual memory in memoir, and how memory, the meaning of them, can change, especially over time. And especially, I think all people in this room, up here and out there, understand this, that as you write your way through memory, they often change and become differently weighted. They have different meanings attached to them, which I think is one of the things I want to talk about today. So while we'll definitely address fiction in a moment, I want to start with our discussion today about memoir. Kelly, you're beautiful, The Leaving Season, which is beautifully told. It's a essay. It's a memoir in essays. Of course, you deal with memory, and I wonder if you might address that a little bit. What was that process? For instance, while each essay had to have its own arc, how and when did you discover, or did you know when you began, the actual arc of the entire collection of a whole? So talk about how memory had things to do with that.
Testing. Is this on? Okay. Can you hear me in the back? Thank you. So that's a great question. And like you, Sans, this memoir has been rewritten, thank you, multiple times. And I think I only understood what it was trying to do once you get to the end, and then you go back to the beginning. And I used this description before, just the idea that that first line has to connect to that very last line. And you have to understand and feel as a reader that your narrator is in control and knows where they're going. The only way to do that is to actually know, to get there and know where you're going. And I think for me, much of this book's life was fighting against a narrative. I really wanted to not write a book called The Artist's Wife. And in fact, probably around revision 4 or 5, I let myself write that book. And I realized it wasn't actually so diminishing as I thought it might be. And then I was able to take that information and go back to the beginning and pick and choose. The beauty of the memoir and essays is that you can attend to different parts of yourself, and if and I am very different in each essay. For me, the leaving, the reason that it is in that tense is because it doesn't really end, right? There's not, I think marriage, often you think there's a before and an after, right? And leaving, a before and an after. Anyone who's left a relationship in this room here knows sometimes it's never over. And I think that was important for me to understand about that arc, that it wasn't a simple beginning, middle, and end. It's a circle. And so I wanted the essays each essay to have that feeling, as well as the entirety.
As you worked on that circular, did you find yourself shuffling out some memories in exchange for others? And explain why, what was obviously on one level it's been stated, but say again what it is that made those distinctions and those decisions necessary.
Right. So I started my workshops here this week with asking, what is this about and what is this really about? Let me hear from each person what this piece meant to them. And everyone will likely have a different response, right? So that doesn't mean they're wrong. But for me, each time I went into it, it was also about something different as well. And depending on your intention, that's what determines what makes it in. I used this example in class today of a colander. Once you have that North Star, whether it's grief, right, rage, whatever that North Star is, you pour the contents through that colander, and that's how you determine if it gets to stay or not. I think there are 19 essays in here. Originally, there were as many as 26, and some just did not make it because they didn't tell the right story. And then once I finished, I realized there were 2 holes in particular, and then I had to write into those to fill those gaps, to make it feel smooth. And if you're doing it, this book took about 10 years. So if you're doing it well, then hopefully the reader won't feel that. But it's tough. And I flip through it and I see the sort of jagged pieces. But that was my litmus test. It had to circle back to, in the end, not a divorce story, but a love story of a mother. And that's the note that I wanted to hit.
I think like the last line that you read to us, "will be just fine," or something like that of your, it's beautiful. Thank you, that's really lovely. Sam, last year you shared with us in just a marvelous craft talk about putting together what became your very touching book called Who She Was, My Search for My Mother's Life. You were addressing not only your own sometimes excruciating memories, but also her history, and to some degree, I have to say, her memories. So again, selection had to have come into it. So talk a little bit about how you used memory in that particular book, and any other things you have to say about this fascinating topic we've been handed.
Thanks so much, and it's a wonderful topic and such incredible company to be with discussing it. I think any kind of biography involves triangulation. You triangulate between a person's version of their own life, whether it's an autobiography they wrote, or in my mother's case, primarily the stories she told when she was still alive, which was only up to when I was 19. Or, in writing one of my other books, which is about Hubert Humphrey, the American political figure, and the civil rights battles of the 1940s, triangulating Humphrey's version, so let's say, of this idealized version of his father, who was actually kind of a con man who happened to have very good left-of-center politics at the same time. So it's like if you could be both, Harold Hill from The Music Man and Bernie Sanders simultaneously. And actually, if you want to look at a couple of examples of other books I think triangulate brilliantly, at an intimate level, David Carr's book Night of the Gun, in which he actually re-reports his own history of drug addiction. Understanding that his memories were so distorted by his years of use. And then the incredible Les Payne and Tamara Payne biography of Malcolm X, The Dead Are Arising, which triangulates from the iconic text, which is the autobiography, but also finds out what was left out or what was diminished versus what was overemphasized. So they're not doing a takedown biography of Malcolm X at all, but they're also showing the difference. And even in writing about my mother, or for that matter myself, but let's talk about my mother and who she was, I had to triangulate, particularly from oral history, for lack of a better term, that there are certain things my mother told me, and she didn't tell me a lot, and that's my fault. And part of the reason I wrote the book is, as I said, I was a typically self-absorbed teenager in the midst of trying to separate, especially from a female parent. And as a result, I was manifestly uninterested in anything about my mother other than what affected me as a teenager at that point. So I didn't ask her a lot. But, over the years, you pick up certain stories. So there'd be certain things from her and occasionally from her siblings. If I would ask about the Depression, the standard line was, we were poor, but everybody was poor and nobody knew the difference. Or my mother and my father, who had heard this, would repeat it too, would talk about having graduated from college at City College of New York, cum laude, and which seemed to make sense. My mother indeed had been the valedictorian of her high school, and when I was a kid, she got a master's degree at Rutgers. But these were innocuous stories, just to use two examples, that didn't stand up under scrutiny. And I also feel that when you find out that someone has lied, has falsified, that tells you something about them too, because it also gives you a link into motive of why would someone falsify this particular story. In the case of the Depression stories, a lot of people in the East Bronx in the Depression were very poor. As an objective statement of fact, if you had per capita income data, it would show that most people were poor. But in fact, everyone knew these micro gradations within overall poverty based on, were both parents out of work? Was one parent out of work? Were you one of these families, like one of my uncle's families, who had to stay for the first month's free rent the landlords were giving and then escape in the middle of the night? They did that 12 times in my uncle's family because they couldn't afford rent for anything. Or in the case of my grandmother, did the mother in the household go to pick garbage? My grandmother would go to the peddler's market and pick scraps, pick the beat up fruit that people had thrown away and shavings of vegetables. And I think those memories were so harrowing for my mother and her siblings, it was easier to say everybody knew the difference, or nobody knew the difference, we were all poor, because in fact, not every family had to survive on garbage pickings. And not every family, as I found when I got my grandfather's Social Security records, had a grandfather who was out of work so often because he was a very slow piece worker, which is a bad combination, that he'd make 50 or 70 bucks in an entire year, which led my mother to become the breadwinner at age 16. So some of it is just too terrible to want to focus on, and that's why these pretty fibs were told. And then in the case of cum laude, what I found out, which just broke my heart, because my mother loved the life of the mind, is that because she had to go to work at age 16 and she had graduated early from high school as this valedictorian and got a scholarship to Brooklyn College, which was a wonderful place to go, almost for anywhere in the city of New York system, the closest thing to like being on a New England campus. And she had to leave after a year to go to night school to go to work. And she switched from the liberal arts she loved to business administration for practical reasons. And it took her 8 years of night school to get her bachelor's. And her grades were really mediocre because I'm sure she was both totally exhausted from working all day and totally unmotivated. So far from graduating cum laude, she had really graduated with a pretty middling record. And I think that was just too much to have to say. That was a terrible admission to make, and I think she felt that it was a shame and a kind of betrayal of her tremendous academic promise. So there are all kinds of reasons that people will falsify memories. And I don't mean innocent human fallibility of saying it was my sophomore year, but it was my junior year. I mean cases like this, and same thing with Humphrey and his father, in which there's a deliberate, often quite poignant attempt to revise history. I don't say any of this in a condemnatory way. All of this was what built up the necessary empathy that I needed to have in writing this book.
Thank you, and also thank you so much for the pointing in the direction of really interesting books that will also look at this. It's great. And speaking of that wonderful word that you use, Sam, triangulation, Keenan, you work in all these forums. Before we turn to your most recent book, which is a novel, The Confessions of Copeland Kane, can we talk for a moment about, do you say it Sheboy? Shy Boy. Native Sons and Chicago Reckonings. It's a tribute to, and it memorializes your father as well as Chicago. Can you address there too how memory and the selection of memories, what you decided to include? You two were nodding when I was talking about the redrafting once you'd found out what the memoir was about. I appreciated that. Was there a logic that helped to discern and make that process for you?
So I think I was most fascinated, for a long time I was just fascinated by Chicago. I grew up in the Inland Empire in Southern California, which is very, very far away, not just, geographically, but culturally from Chicago. But my dad was from Chicago, from the west side of Chicago, grew up there in the 50s and 60s. And so I was really just fascinated by him, by these stories he would tell, and by what I felt, especially as a young person growing up in a place that I thought was like very, very out of the way, with this like more common and sort of archetypal African American experience, frankly. And so, so for a long time, first through my father's stories, and then through research and travel and so forth, I just accumulated a lot of knowledge about Chicago over the years, and I was like, I should probably just write something. I've been, just sort of pointlessly researching and learning about this city forever. In terms of memory, it is interesting. I want to kind of pick up on something that Sam said. There is falsification of memory. There's also like the omission of memory, right? Which I think is also can be extremely poignant, right? And especially given the ethic that I think, broadly speaking in the United States only really started to change in maybe the late 20th century to the point, to where we now have a much more confessional culture. Right? That is a very different culture than the one that my parents grew up in, that most of your parents and perhaps you yourselves grew up in, where like you don't talk about and you don't air your stuff, right? Especially if it in any way casts you or those you love in a bad light, or even just in a difficult light, right? There were a lot of things that my father told me about himself and about like the most dramatic parts of my life that he like saved until the last 2 or 3 years of his life to tell me. And it was almost like he had, he obviously had consciously omitted them, right? He died when I was 30 years old. And so, for the first 27, 28 years of my life, I just had no idea that he, for example, was a protester who, protested the war, and also the unjust firing of the first Black Studies professor in the California State University system, Marvin X, right, at Fresno State, or Fresno State's, I should say, Fresno State's first Black Studies professor, and the first to be banned, right? He was banned at the same time as Angela Davis was from the UC system. Same meeting with the UC regents. Anyway, I'm going off a tangent, but And so he was protesting both those things. That when he was that when he participated in a particular protest at State, he was he ended up being expelled and having his draft status activated, right, through that. And so, I learned about that. I learned that he and my mother met through my mother's brother, who had come back from the war, and eventually who became my father's first friend in California, and who eventually committed suicide, right, after coming back. That was through Dennis, through my Uncle Dennis, that they met, right? So I learned all this stuff, right, only in the last couple of years of his life, and that was all, incredibly poignant to me, right? That not only the facts themselves, but the fact that he had waited so long to tell me them, and that it was at this particular point in his life where he was so physically vulnerable and was obviously in severe decline, right? So, it was really all of that was weighing on me and was compelling me to write. Yeah. So, I don't think I got into the other genres and everything, but maybe I will later. Okay.
That was really, really touching. Thank you, Keenan. Important. Greg, yesterday we were talking, and you talked about how memory plays a vital role in your fiction. And I have a sense that, especially from an excerpt that you read the other night from the Valdi Church, and also from the Inishuck, such a great book, and a number of your short stories, I now kind of have a sense, maybe I'm seeing a bit of, Greg there. But you also described the useful way you use it to launch your fiction, and then in the way in which you then turn it. And I just think that would be a really fun thing to talk about as we begin to move back to talk about fiction a bit. But then I'd also love you at the end of that lovely little explanation, which I found so interesting and useful, to talk about what happened when you looked at that one memory and went, this one ain't going to be a story. So can you talk a bit about those things for us, Greg? Thank you.
I'll be happy to. I don't know that it's really all that complicated. Typically the way that I rely on memory, emotional memory, actual memory, memory of events, whatever, in fiction is I'm using it. I mean, if I'm writing about someone who isn't me, I try to make it sound as if it is me. So you write about what's happening to someone else as if it's happening to yourself. And the way that you connect, the way I manage to make that connect is by using memory. Events, feelings that I've had, even though I'm not an Arctic explorer in 1850, I still know what it feels like to be cold, and I know a lot of other things that these characters are feeling. And I'm relying on memory and events from memory to do that. And that, flip that around, there are also times where there are events that I really do want to embody in a piece of fiction. And the trick there has always been, make that person not me. So immediately give them a straight arm that, pushes them away. They are not me. They're, a different gender or set in a different time period, any number of things that will give me the psychic distance then to pick and choose what I want out of the memory. And then also change it, revise it, add, the thing about memory is like, a lot of it doesn't really make a very good story. In the end, it doesn't have a lot of shape, and it's also kind of predetermined where it can go. It can only go to where the event ended, and where how things happened. You're kind of stuck with it. Whereas if you're using events from your memory and you're shaping them into fiction, you're not obliged to end it the way that it actually ended in life, and it can be a lot more interesting, and it can go further and. I don't know. It's fun. But that's basically how I've written like almost everything I've ever written, and I don't write nonfiction. But then there came this period of time. It was like 2 years ago, maybe, and I suddenly broke my 40-year vow never to read Moby Dick. And there's a story behind that. which Keenan knows a little bit about. He's part of what made me break the vow. But I finally read it, and in the process, I had found that I had to kind of examine the moment that gave that drove me to make that vow. And so I had to look at it, and I was like, what the fuck? I'll just write this out and, see what happens. Maybe this will be a story. Maybe it'll be something. Maybe I'll just throw it away. And I wrote it, I got a few pages into it and started thinking about the ways, how am I going to kind of reconfigure this character so he's not me? And I tried a handful of different ways, and every one of them just kind of took the wind right out of my sails. And I realized, actually, I'm done with doing that for now. I have to just tell it the way it happened. And immediately all these associations started coming in about and they mostly involved my actual father instead of the fictionalized father. And that led me into the whole subject of the thing. So it was really interesting, and I wrote it in a 2-month period, and then I went back. And, I didn't change a lot of it, but I did add about 10,000 words of footnotes that had to do with Moby Dick, because that was the piece. I mean, that was it's what hangs it all together, if you can believe it. But I had to go back, and the directive was, when's the last time you reread Moby Dick, is what this teacher said to me. And of course I'd never read it. So I was like, fuck you, I will never read that book ever. And so in actuality, it wasn't until I went back and reread it that all those footnotes came in, and it was fun. The whole thing was kind of a rush. And then I was worried I would never write fiction again, because I'd kind of how do I get back into that game? But it's okay. I got back into it. It just, it did take a minute to repolarize my brain or something. So.
Such a cool story. I just really love that story, because the fact that this memory isn't going to be taken to this place. I'm going to keep it. And then I just want to briefly ask Keenan, your novel Coleman Cole, which is just recently out, can you just speak briefly how memory played or did not play a role in building that character and that story and that plot?
Yeah. The novel, and just Confession of Copeland Kane. It was it's interesting. So that book is set in the near future. It's set in, it was published in 2021, and this begins in East Oakland in 2030, goes back to 2020, and then tells the story back forward to 2030. Despite the fact that it's written in a near future, because I did not actually know what was going to happen in the next few years, and I have not been particularly delighted by some of the occurrences. I did have to rely to an extent on memory. I also think because of the gentrification, frankly, of Oakland, the Oakland that I moved to 20 some years ago is very different than the Oakland that now exists, and is different from the Oakland that I was kind of imagining forward to, right? And so because of that, in part, I wanted the novel to be a poignant kind of testimony. I wanted Cope's voice to be a poignant testimony for all the people who are getting priced out of Oakland, right? And so out of Oakland and out of the Bay entirely. And so, I was thinking about voices that I had heard over time, situations, scenes that I myself had experienced mostly, from my long tenure in the city, and certainly that all was just sort of latent in my creative process, and especially in just trying to craft the voice of Cope. Yeah.
And I think that's such an interesting part of fiction, which is that it's not certainly as Greg was just saying, we draw on our own memories, but we also draw on memories of others and tales and things we've read and things we've seen and things we've watched and dreams and things that we don't even know where they come from that all fold in there. I have asked everybody to, each of our panelists, to read something in which they address fiction or, a memory. But I have two other things I want to get to briefly before I have them do that. One is I'd like to briefly address, because I think this is an important question for a lot of people working on memoir, is reconstructing dialogue and scenes and the line between honest reconstruction in service of, let's call it, emotional truth, and fabrication that destroys, betrays the reader's trust. I know there's what I think is an extremely important scene in my memoir, Reclaiming My Decade Lost in Scientology, when an old friend of my parents comes to town and we have lunch, and he's got a whole collection of L. Ron Hubbard's book, which he's actually read. He's read L. Ron Hubbard, more of L. Ron Hubbard than I have. And I don't remember our actual conversation. I remember where we were. I remember those books. I remember that we both had salads and he had coffee, and that neither of us had white wine, which would have been de rigueur with my parents at the time, with a little glass of white wine with lunch. And all of those were important. But I remembered one line, and it was around that line that I constructed the entire scene and dialogue in that scene. And that was in service to what I wanted that scene to accomplish. And I just would briefly like, maybe we could start with you, Kelly, address a little bit how you deal with that idea of, you can't have a tape recorder, about what your ex-husband said, or your parents, or your children, or whatever. What's your line there? And then Sam, if you'd take the same question.
Sure. So, right, and you can't have a tape recorder as a kid. I didn't know I would be a writer until I was in my mid-20s. So a lot happened that I would refer back to. I am a student of Sam Friedman, so that is very important to me, to make sure that I am being. And I was a journalist before I became an author, so everyone's line is different. I can't say what your line should be, but my line, I want it to be very true to what I knew, more of a reporterly line. And I think dialogue should also, in my case, because I'm not wonderful at it, should be used sparingly. I prefer making use of silence on my pages. But I think the other thing is we can insert, especially when we're writing about someone we're extremely familiar with, that I could, even if I don't remember the words, if it's my mother, for example, I can guess or get close to what she said. I can also luckily check it sometimes, right? Something that I wanted to bring up from your first question, I write a lot about my children in my book. And when you're writing your own memory, it's going to bump up against other people's memories. And so there was no way for me to ask them permission or to, in the way that I would with my father, for example, call him and say, "Is this how you remember it?" I was not going to grill my children, triangulate my children's stories, right, and say, did you remember when Dad did this? Did I get this right? And yet, often it was just the three of us. And it was, sometimes I would remember something that was so perfect for the page. And when we write something down, especially something as intimate as conversation, and then I hand it to you, the reader, on the page, it's ours, right? It is no longer mine. It's no longer mine and my children's. And I had to be really careful about what intimacies I shared with the reader. And that, I think, is a publishing question, not a writing question, right? You only know that once you get it on the page, and then you feel, does this cross a line? Do I want to keep this for myself? Again, my children are younger, so I didn't ask them, but I could have asked them, are you okay with me writing you into this? And two considerations, I know that answer is going to change as they live their life. It will likely change when they are 18, it will change when they are 25, it will change when they are 45. They may be really happy that this book exists, and they may be really fucking pissed. And I understand that those two things can live together. But it was important for me in thinking about how to crystallize scene to make sure I always left room for their memories and made sure that these were my memories. I was only in my head what I witnessed, what I saw, what I heard, and never to try and own a memory because it wasn't mine alone.
Well, I think the first thing I should say is that I wish I had the problem of being able to conjure up great dialogue, even if slightly inaccurate to historical truth from my own memory or my own brain. If I could do that, I would have written novels, no question. Because the skill that I'm most in awe of from writers of fiction, whether it's novelists like Richard Price or Bobby Ann Mason or playwrights like August Wilson, is that ability to bring up the voices from Jah knows where. But I also approach this partly as someone who has practiced nonfiction and journalism and taught journalism ethics and tried to teach authorial ethics, we might call it. And the first thing I'd say is I think there's a legitimate spectrum in legitimate ways, incredible ways to use dialogue that can come from many years before. And at one end would be a book like The Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkerson about the Great Migration, which has very extensive dialogue and conversation from sometimes 50 or 60 years earlier. But I trust that book and I trust Isabel as a writer because it's clear she did so much reporting on her main characters and to contextualize the social history around them that even if we magically had an audio recording of what one of those people was saying in 1935 and a few of the words were not identical to what she quotes, I feel like the essence is pretty much beyond reproach. The other end is Anne Fadiman, who wrote a terrific book called The Spirit Catches You and You Fall Down, which is set actually in Merced, not all that far from here, and is about the battle between Western doctors and a Hmong refugee family over how to treat a Hmong infant with epilepsy. And Anne's approach is very traditional. She doesn't reconstruct any dialogue. She will only quote people saying, here's what I remember saying, which frankly, I usually teach my own students to move away from doing that. I find that too journalistic for books, but somehow in the density of Anne's reporting and reconstruction of everything else and her astonishing research, something she shares with Isabel, I didn't find that too disruptive the way I normally would. I put myself somewhere in the middle of it. So I'm sorry to give spoiler because when we talk about key moments tomorrow, I may talk about this same moment. In the book Who She Was, the one about my mother's life as a young woman, the crescendo moment of that book is when my mother has fallen in love, my mother from this Orthodox Jewish immigrant family has fallen in love with an Italian Catholic boy named Charlie Greco, who's the love of her life, and they want to get married. And my mother goes with Charlie one spring afternoon in I think 1945 or 46, I'd have to check the book to get it exact, not to ask for my grandmother's permission, but just to say we're getting married. And my grandmother, in this terrible, wrenching act of transference, who at this point knows that her whole family has been exterminated by the Nazis in Europe, looks at Charlie, who'd fought against fascism in World War II, and says, and I quote this in Yiddish and then give the English translation, "They're the ones who killed my family." And I used that quote because my Uncle Seymour, who was then about 15 years old, was home after school getting ready for his after-school job as a busboy and remembered that. And the reason I trusted Seymour on that was for two reasons. Number one, he'd been extraordinarily accurate in many, many, many things I'd interviewed him on. But number two, I felt like this was such a searing moment because what follows on it is my grandmother threatens to go to the roof of their building and to throw herself off to her death, which I'm convinced was a totally serious threat. And my mother, despite having gloried always in defying her old world mother, in this case concedes, doesn't marry Charlie, which leads to resentment like a tumor for the rest of her life. In any case, I felt that Seymour could have remembered that line because it was so eventful in the whole family history. And that's why I was willing to quote it. And I try to be careful about that, and yet at the same time, you want to be able to use direct quotation to vary the pacing at times. And if there are cases in which I feel like something doesn't meet the Uncle Seymour, standard, I can paraphrase, which I use a lot. There are other ways to vary the pacing and try to mix it up a bit. And it's a tough situational call, and there's no. I think we always have to ask yourself: is this defensible? If a reader were one day to ask, "How did you know it? Where does it come from?" Would you have a good enough answer?
Thank you. That's a great answer. The time has gone winging by, and we have hardly even touched on mismemory, which can be memory error and distortions and purposeful, or as was pointed out so beautifully by Keenan, omission. I think that's wonderful too. And we might return to that, but I did ask everybody to bring a piece to read, and maybe some of these pieces will contain within them the idea of mismemory or shifting memory, or how we re-remember something, and it's just, putting something back together, which is remembering. So I'd really love to hear from this, and then we can open things up for Q&A. So you want to go first? So are you going to read from fiction, or are you going to read from memoir? He's going to read from memoir. It's exciting.
You have to give me a minute. I have to get the thing open. My glasses. Where are my damn glasses? Sorry, I got to find my glasses and put them on. I can't see anything.
I know that drill.
And and I want to add, there's a fair bit of dialogue in the thing I'm going to read, and it's so. What can I tell you?
In mine too, so that'll be good, Greg. We can talk about dialogue and memoir.
Yeah. So what just to give it a little bit of background in terms of I don't write nonfiction typically, so where do I get where do I take any direction in how to do this? There was one summer that I got to hang out a little bit with William Finnegan, the nonfiction writer. And he's great. If you haven't read his stuff, you should read it. But it's full of dialogue, and it's full of particular memories and pictures of stuff that he's done. He's really very much into like surfing was the thing that got me hooked. His 200-page essay that was in the New Yorker over a period of weeks. I just loved that. And then I got to meet him, and I watched him working, and I realized he had no tape recording. He was writing the pieces that he ended up publishing. They were all about teenage kids of migrant workers. And I was asking him, so how do you write that dialogue? What are you even doing? And he was like, I don't worry about it. This is what they said. I've never gotten in trouble for it. No one's ever chewed me out for it. And I was like, okay. Obviously your brain's on a higher shelf, but it also kind of gave me this feeling when I started getting into this of it's just dialogue. I'm just going to write it the way I remember it. And I feel like as I was writing, I feel like actually I think it's accurate. I don't know how much dialogue there actually is in this. So anyway, the name of the thing is Whale Vision, and it will be out sometime this year, I think. I'm not totally sure what the pub date is, but stay tuned. Anyway, and it's set at a writers' conference, the first writing conference I ever went to when I was 21 years old, at Bennington, the Bennington College conference, and this person featured in it is a real person who I later got to know pretty well right here, and got to be friends with. And I never talked to him about what had happened between us. So anyway, here it goes. Your story is there, he said, pointing at a stack of papers on the corner of his desk closest to where I stood. He was on the other side of the desk, both hands on the back of his chair. He hadn't switched on the lights or asked me if I wanted to sit. My physical imposition in the moment couldn't have been clearer. That's how I remember it, feeling out of place and too self-aware, the sweat outlining every surface of my body and the smells of laundry detergent and whatever soap or cologne I'd used earlier in the day surrounding me, the eyes behind which I was always hiding and stuck, straining to make out anything in the half-light. In a few minutes, I'd leave. I knew this. I'd head down the stairs back across the college campus I barely knew, the same campus he and I had crossed together on foot as though there was some purpose to our slowly ambling along the paved and gravel pathways strung between old brick buildings, as if we were fondly connected, stopping every few minutes to chat with other conference participants, women mainly, whose work I'd read or tried to read in class all week, and whose sentences I knew didn't click or stick together any better than mine. So he could fawn and beam cryptically at them and pat their hands and wish them the best as he imparted final words of craft wisdom from behind the scrim of his beetling eyebrows and gray-brown curls, so like my father's, tilting his chin up and to one side, the way my father did as he considered what to say and how exactly to balance his words for maximum weight, concision, benevolence, and finally delivering those words in a tone and style that had the same flat Bronx tones worn down by years of living elsewhere as my father's speech. Women who it would not have occurred to me to flirt with, though I was beginning to understand that desirability wasn't much of a factor in his calculus, only availability. But for now, I was here still. Why was I here? Who was I? And I added that later when I went back with Moby Dick because of the famous line, "Call me Ishmael." Again, he pointed at the stack of papers. "You can take it, the story." "Oh," I said, "we aren't going to talk about it." I lifted the pages, folded in half lengthwise the way I always did with my stories and papers in those days, my name on the outer fold. The sound of my typewriter keys hitting the page was also somewhere in a sense memory on those print-dimpled pages under my fingers, as well as the late night at the farthest corner of my parents' house with all the doors closed so I wouldn't keep them awake, typing and typing, trying to find the way into whatever story I'd been trying to tell, and knowing I must have failed. Something about being drunk and thrown in jail for the night, based on very loosely on things that had happened to me a few years earlier. I knew what I'd given him to read wasn't good. It was too raw, but it was something. Anyway, it existed. I didn't unfold the pages to see whatever comments or lines drawn through the sentences or words scratched out by him and replaced with other better words might be inside. "Oh, just your written comments then?" I asked. No written comments either. Here his expression shifted, became halfway detached or analytical, blinking his enormous Tweety bird eyelashes and baring his teeth slightly, not quite smiling, so I saw how pitiably thin his jawline was under the beard and felt sorry for him despite what he was saying. "You're not at a stage yet where you're ready for any kind of comments right now." He took a breath as if what he was going to say next was exciting information to share. "Right now, what you should be doing is reading everything you can get your hands on. Just reading all the time." He lifted his hands from the back of the chair, beaming and seemingly pleased with himself for having turned this advice into a form of benediction. "Oh, but I was used to it, even if it still took me by surprise, this namelessness, this annihilation of self that accompanied any form of interaction with most male instructors in those days. You just didn't matter. You couldn't. And of course, their inattention was undeniably categorically less awful than the kinds of attention you'd get from them if you were female. The stalking and fake praise and sucking up, manipulation, groping, and worse. I knew this, though it was not much consolation in the moment. Two sides of the same coin. Still, it surprised me, his version of it, so completely naked. Despite whatever I'd paid to be here, he hadn't read my story. "Everything," he repeated. "Everything," I said back. And then it gets to the thing where he says, "For instance," he paused for effect, "when is the last time you reread Moby Dick?"
Thank you so much. That's so great. Keenan.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to follow that, but that was really, really good. All right, so I'm going to read from my nonfiction book, Shy Boy, Native Sons in Chicago Reckonings. You don't really need any prologue to this, so I can imagine the Chicago of my dad's time from the stories he has left me. How crammed his first kitchenette got when his possum hunting Sea Island relatives migrated north from the Low Country. By then, 2 of what eventually would be his 3 younger sisters had been born. The kitchenette was filled to bursting. There was never enough of anything except for people and rats, both of which were too numerous. Native Son begins with Bigger Thomas and the rest of his family chasing after a black rat in their kitchenette apartment, wielding a metal pan, Bigger corners, and kills the rat way past dead. Later, as the novel finds its nadir point, Bigger becomes the black rat as he's cornered by authorities with nowhere to run due to Chicago's internal lines of segregation and impasse, so that he is eventually imprisoned and executed. Butch, that was like my father's nickname within his family. And the Norris family lived above a bar, so they were crowded within the apartment and below it as well. There were rodents, of course, due to all the humanity. There were also the problems humanity brings with it. Often, his daddy would spend nights downstairs and stumble up at 1, 2 a.m. laughing and cussing his friends below, waking Butchie and his sisters from their sleep. Then he and Ruth, that's my father's mother, would get to arguing. The noise never stopped. Butchie didn't understand half the gullah that came out of his incredibly country kin's mouths, but their field holler volume put dents in both his eardrums. 5 people was enough for one apartment, doubling and sometimes tripling that number when more and more family flowed into town and made of the home a temporary hell of sound, stink, smoke, and no privacy. And the summers brought out the swamp, full of reeking, drenched bodies. Chicago in August could make you not want your body, let alone anyone else's. After the late leaving summer, the long, deep winter drove folks indoors into the fetid, stifling fleshliness of one another. And the rats, real rats, brown and black, came in with the people, drawn to the human flood in the home. They would somehow get from inside the walls where they scuttled nightly to inside the kitchen, running over Butchie's feet for fallen scraps. He and his family were all Bigger Thomas then, with pots and shoes, trying to corner and kill the rats that just as desperately represented their own cornered plight. One night, an old dying rat bit little Londa, swelling her arm to twice its size, just like the Gil Scott-Heron song. They found it dead in her bed sheets in the morning. Bleary-eyed and panicked, the whole circus car of parents and children made the trip to Cook County Hospital to save Londa's life. Butchie grew up in quarters sometimes closer than the ones that Richard Wright endured. In the city, people are everywhere. They're in the home. They're on the stairwell between your apartment and the bar downstairs. They're rushing past and melting into and out of doorways and alleyways. They're strung out half naked in the street. They're telling you to move off the curb because they are the police. They are the vice lords. They are the disciples. They are more somebody in a faceless city full of faceless souls than you are. Only crimes might be committed alone, but everything else is surveilled by the passing cars, by the law, by one's parents or peers, or by slow, bright, boy-watching eyes that you come to sense without seeing. In Chicago, Butch Norris had the feeling in his bones that he was both benevolently watched over and maliciously preyed upon. He was connected in sex and love and squalor with the whole West Side, the whole South Side. He wanted, from the first, to be rid of it. He hated Chicago. He hated its weather, its violence. He hated the way it had thrown the whole world together, naked and ignorant and poor. He hated that he found himself at its deep core in their far West Side niche on Kedzie. They moved a lot, actually, because they were poor. But whenever he spoke about Chicago, everything was that spot on Kedzie.
Thank you so much, Keenan. Wow, what writing. Well, we're going to hear our next 2 pieces, and then if you have questions, you just come find us, because we're not going to have time for Q&A, but I'd really love to hear what the others have chosen to read. And so, Sam.
Well, I'm just going to say, in the interest of time and being able to hear Kelly at full length, I'm going to read my memoir piece at 5:30 in the afternoon reading section.
Perfect. Kelly.
Oh. All right, thanks. I'm going to read an argument for mismemory, because I will keep that in mind. So this is from an essay that was written but just wasn't sitting right, and it took a few years. Actually, I wrote this in Lancaster when we first met, Sans. And only when I understood that my memory was wrong did the essay come together. And I want to make an argument for including those moments in your work. It doesn't mean, you have to throw the essay out because your memory was not right. In fact, I think it's more interesting when we find out why we misremembered something to interrogate that and make that part of the story. This is from Cycling. When I was 4 years old, my father came sputtering home on an old rusty motorcycle. He worked at a golf course near our house in the Catskills, and he bought the bike from one of the greensmen. My father's car had died at the course that morning, so he just left it there, driving home on the bike instead. My mother was not happy. She'd fallen off a motorcycle as a teenager. One minute she was riding with a boyfriend, her body curled around his, and the next she was on the ground. She has never offered any detail except for the purple bloom of a few scars, dimpled white from the gravel on the side of the road. Bless you. A week after he bought the bike, my father rumbled home with a sidecar attached to the motorcycle. I can imagine him offering the practical reasons to my mother. This way I can fit you or you with Kelly on your lap, or even a bag of groceries. I can also imagine my mother holding her silence the way she does, staring at my father's beaming face, keeping her hand on her hip so he knew she was still against the idea. For the weeks my father kept it, I don't think my mother ever rode on the bike. Meanwhile, I looked forward to the days when he came home before dark and I could hop into the little seat and ride in slow circles around our dirt driveway. There wasn't much speed involved. My father may as well have been scooting me around on a golf cart, but it was exciting to feel every bump and pebble under the tires, the smell of oil and grease and metal in my nose. And looking up from my small egg of a seat, I loved seeing the crosshatch pattern on the denim of my father's worn jeans, and his shoulder and face just above that, his black curls flattened onto one side of his head as we circled slowly in the wind. Once, as an adult, I mentioned this sidecar to my parents, and they had no idea what I was talking about. They confirmed that my father did come home with a motorbike when I was 4 years old, but both swear the sidecar seat never existed. They said my father did ride in slow circles, as I remember, but that I was actually on the bike itself during these rides, my back snug against my father's chest, tiny hands clenching the handlebars beneath his loose grip. I don't know why my memory placed me alongside my father, rather than curled together, navigating the road as one. I'm not sure why my brain prefers the separation, two entities moving in the same direction, but on their own. I can still feel so vividly the safety of the aluminum egg cupping my body. It remains one of my happiest memories. Thank you.
What a lovely way to end. Thank you, Kelly. And thank you to our wonderful panelists and their wonderful ideas. And please do come ask us more if you want. And I really want to make a pitch for the panel at 11:45 tomorrow morning about the single moment, which is going to be amazing, moderated by Blaze Zariga. So really want to recommend that. Have a wonderful afternoon. Hope to see you at the readings this afternoon.